The security tab under the configuration option, it allows you to configure the policy manager as a certificate authority. You can manage the policy manager's trusted certificate authority store. You can create external identity systems, and you can also create identity profiles. So you can do that all from the And finally, you can configure email. So you can configure an SMTP host in the policy manager to send email notifications for certificate expiration. Okay, so we've looked at the Policy Manager tab. Now let's look at the organization tree. So the Policy Manager organizational tree that is accessed through the Workbench tab, by default, each organization contains 4 separate folders underneath it. Whether you're going to populate information in those folders, it's up to you. But when you create an organization, those folders will always be exposed. So there's a services folder, which is where you would define services for that particular organization. A contracts folder, where you would define the contract that you're going to create to actually define the consumption pattern or relationship between the consumer and the provider organization. Then there's a policies folder where you would define operational or security policies, compliance policies, and or quality of services policies that are available to that organization. And then you have a containers folder, which is where you would define any of your containers, whether those containers are network director, policy manager for data power, and or agent containers. Those would always get placed into the containers folder. Okay, when you do the default installation of the policy manager and you configure everything, you'll notice that there are 2 default organizations that get created. One is a discovered services organization, which is really a legacy organization used for migration between different versions. And then there's a SOA software policy manager organization, and that organization contains all the policy manager services, contracts, containers, and policies. Okay, when you select an organization, there are various different sub-tabs that are displayed for that particular organizational object. So here you can see that I selected an organization, Acme organization, and there are sub-tabs here that are available for that organization. The first being the detailed sub-tab. So this sub-tab here provides all the details for a particular organization. So here you can see the organization name, the number of services within that organization, contracts, containers, and alerts for that particular organization. Then you have the contacts sub-tab. This allows you to create various different contacts for your organization. These contacts that you create here can actually be referenced and used in your workflow process to generate email notifications. So if you create these contacts with an email address, you can actually use those contacts to generate email notifications from within your workflow. The identifiers subtab for an organization allow you to assign identifiers to the organization to facilitate in searching. Identifiers are also used to help in the integration between the lifecycle manager and the policy manager. There are UDDI categories. These can be assigned and or created for an organization. The categories also help facilitate searching and also are used extensively when integrating with lifecycle manager. Okay, the monitoring subtab for an organization allow you to display the monitoring data for all services in that organization, including the alerts, the data that's collected for all the services within that organization. The authorization subtab within the organization is used when you're setting up authorization runtime rules for end users or groups that are defined within the organization in which the service resides. So if you want to do end user authorization, you would create these authorization rules to define which services and operations the users are allowed to invoke. If you're going to use the authorization rules, you must also use an authorization policy. So you would need to define the authorization rules and define an authorization policy as well. In the security subtab, you actually define users and roles for a particular organization. So the roles that you have out-of-the-box roles that are created. You can create custom roles, and you can assign users or groups to those roles at either the top-level registry node, in which it applies to the whole policy manager installation, or if you wanted to give particular users or group access, say, to only your Acme Corporation organization, you could actually assign the role from the security tab at the organization level. You can create custom roles as required within your organization and define those roles up here at the registry node. Okay, the policy manager console allows you to be able to search for services. So if you have a lot of services, sometimes it's easier to actually do a search than to try and find them within the organization tree. So you can use this search capability to search for services based on various different types of criteria, as you see here in the pull-down menu here. Okay, if we look then at the policy manager organization itself, this is really a special organization in that it contains all services required by the policy manager and its components. So these services, you'll notice you can't delete or really do much to them. They always have to be there because all the other components actually interface with the policy manager through these services. Okay, there is also within the policy manager organization a contracts folder, and there are contracts defined in that contracts folder that again are used by the additional components, the policy manager components. The policies folder contains operational policies or security policies that are required by, say, the network director to invoke any of these services here in the policy manager's services folder. And the containers folder underneath here is where you would actually see the policy manager container and all of its configuration details. So when you expand this services folder, you can see here that you have access to all the policy manager services. These services are exposed through a WSDL, and that WSDL describes each of these services. So these services represent then, because they are exposed via a WSDL, they represent the policy manager APIs. So you can actually use the policy manager services to create an API to be able to access the policy manager. You create an application that uses the policy manager APIs to be able to access the policy manager itself. So when you create a policy manager, so you configure it using the configurator, it actually gets created in the policy manager containers folder. So whether you have a single container or you have multiple containers within that containers folder, all instances are displayed in this containers folder. So you would see multiple, if you are configuring a load balanced, highly available policy manager installation, you would see both policy managers defined within the container. Because remember, if you're configuring in a highly available environment, then those containers are sharing the same database. The policy manager, by default, when you define it, is configured with an HTTP listener. Through the listener, you define the port and protocol by which the policy manager is listening for incoming requests. So incoming requests, meaning incoming requests from a browser to be able to access the policy manager console, or incoming requests from another policy manager component. So in many cases, HTTPS is also required on the policy manager so that you're not exposing the username and password login credentials over clear text. So here you can add an HTTPS listener to the policy manager container. So here you can see there's an option in the policy manager container portlet to add an HTTPS listener. So when you configure the HTTPS listener, you define a name for the listener. You check bind to all interfaces. Again, if you want the HTTP listener to listen on all interfaces on the machine. If you uncheck this, it will listen for requests only on the host or IP port or IP address that's defined. And then you enter a port number for the HTTPS and then select how you want to handle the client certificates. To either ignore, accept, or require client certificates. So if you require, the policy manager must have the client CA cert in its trusted CA store. And then finally, if you're creating an HTTPS listener, that means that you need to generate a certificate for that policy manager HTTPS listener. So once the HTTPS listener is defined, you'll see in the Actions pull-down that you can manage the PKI keys for that particular listener. And you can either generate the certificate if the policy manager is configured as a CA, or you can upload the key and the certificate. If you're going to upload the certificate must be trusted by the policy manager. So that means you need to make sure that you add the certificate to the policy manager's trusted CA store if it isn't there already. And finally, after you define the listener, you want to restart the policy manager so that HTTPS listener will actually come up and start running. Okay, now, if you're going to if you just want HTTPS support in the policy manager, so you don't want the policy manager to listen for HTTP requests at all, then you need to define additional steps or go through a set of additional steps in order to define the HTTPS listener. So here are the steps that you need to go through to actually create the policy manager with only an HTTPS listener so that there's no HTTP listening at all. So you define the HTTPS listener for the policy manager. So initially you're going to have HTTP and HTTPS listeners defined for the policy manager since HTTP is the default. Then you delete the HTTP listener for the policy manager and you modify the system.properties, which is in the FM60 instances, the PM instance name, and modify the system.properties. Okay, and then you change this property to the secure port, which will contain your PM, your HTTPS listener on the policy manager, and restart the container. So what will happen when you restart the container is that now all the policy manager's internal services will now be hosted on the HTTPS listener. Okay, so now we have the policy manager up and running, and you've defined then if you're going to have load balance scenario, you've defined your listener for the policy manager installation. So now what you need to do is you need to create the organizational hierarchy. So here's where you start creating and thinking about how you want to arrange your hierarchy in the policy manager console. So you should never just create all your services and actually all your services should never be created here underneath the root registry node. Really, if you're going to create additional policies, you can put those here at the root level, but if they can be put into their own directories or organizations, it'll make it much easier to manage. So before you start adding objects then into the policy manager, you need to think about the hierarchy that you want to create here in the organizational tree. And that hierarchy is going to be based on your security requirements, on your workflow that drives the deployment of services in the organization, and how you want that organization to look. If you have partners that need access to the organization, all those need to be thought of as you're getting ready to create your organizational hierarchy. So when you create the organization, after you've defined how you want to set up your organizational hierarchy, when you create the organization, you have to have an organization name, which is the name that's displayed in the organization tree. The organization has to have a unique key. The key that you choose has to be unique and a UDI key, or if you leave the organization key field blank, the policy manager will generate a key for you. The organization type you can select as an application, company, department, partner, or project. So these are the default categories that are available to you, but you can add additional ones if required. And then you can optionally add a description. Everything in the primary organization contact, portlets, that part is all optional, so you don't need any of that information if that's not required. So you add your organizational hierarchy, and once you have that hierarchy created in the policy manager, you'll have your 4 nodes underneath here. So we've talked about the objects within the policy manager console and the runtime pieces, and you can see here that there's actually a mapping between those objects within the policy manager console and the actual runtime object. So underneath the services folder, this is where you define all your provider services as well as your virtual services that are going to be managed. Okay, all the containers then get defined under the containers folder. All the policies that you apply to those managed services get defined under the policies folder. And all the contracts that you define between a consumer and the provider are defined within the contract folder. Okay, so each piece of the runtime environment can get mapped to a particular object in the policy manager console itself. Are there any questions about that so far? Okay, so we've seen that the Policy Manager console provides a web-based interface that allows you to configure and manage and monitor the Policy Manager deployment. So the Policy Manager itself provides the developer access to all the artifacts for a particular service, including WSDL documents, schema, requirements, and design documents, and service metadata. So the Policy Manager can be used to manage and track all stages of the service lifecycle from inception to deployment into production through the contract and service workflow. And it also, the Policy Manager can be integrated, right, with the Lifecycle Manager to allow you to be able to track that whole design time to runtime deployment. The Policy Manager then can provide object-based security to control access to those objects that are defined within the Policy Manager's organizational hierarchy. Okay, so what we're going to do now is we're actually going to create in the Policy Manager our organization and our partner organization. So actually 2 sub-organizations under our main company organization that we'll use throughout the training. And this, so basically what we will have is a company organization, and underneath there will be 2 sub-organizations, which will be called provider services, which is the provider organization where all the services will be registered, and a partner organization, and this is where we're going to define our partner identities or applications that are configured in this organization that will be allowed to consume the services that the Acme Corporation provider services or our company is providing to our partner. Okay, so I'm going to first, I'll show you the steps that are required to do this, and then each of you will actually perform the same steps. Okay, again, what I'm going to do is I'm going to log into the Policy Manager console. So remember, the Policy Manager console is not the admin console. So to get to the Policy Manager console, I'm going to go to this URL here that I just sent in the chat window. Okay, so I'll walk through the steps and then I'll allow each of you to go through those steps. Okay, so I'm going to go here to the URL, and you'll be able to get here to the main Policy Manager login screen. Now you'll note here in the domain, there's a training domain and a local domain. The reason that you're able to see this is because I defined an external identity system that goes to an LDAP directory, and I changed the order so that this training domain always shows up first. If you didn't have an external directory configured, you would actually only see the local domain because that is the local Policy Manager's database domain that gets created at default.
Sure, okay, professor. So is there a way we can rearrange the domain, like which one needs to be the primary one, shows up on the screen?
Yes. So if, I'll show you that when I log in here. So when you log in, so you're all going to log in with your admin IDs. And when I created that training domain, I did it here from the Configure tab, and I went to the Security sub-tab and Identity Systems. So here from the Identity Systems, this is where you create your external identity domains, whether it's going to be an LDAP domain, Active Directory, it could be some other SAML domain. Those would all be configured here. If you're going to change the order, so by default, the local domain will always show up first when you go to the login screen. If you want to change the order, you can change the domain sequence here so that you can choose the order in which you want the domains to show up in that pull down. So that's what I did. I changed the order so that the training domain always shows up first. Okay, so when we log in here to the workbench, now we're going to add our own organization. Okay, so the organization we want to put underneath the top level registry node. And then you're going to add a name for your organization. And the key, if you want to add something in here, you can, but it's going to have to be UDDI : and then some, whatever you want to add after the colon. And again, this has to be unique within the whole policy manager configuration. And then the organization type you can select from the the 5 options that are available here. And the only difference between these options is, one, it allows you to be able to search for all organizations that have that organization type, but also it will change the little icon that's used here in the organization tree. Okay, and the rest of this information is optional. Okay, and then you finish and close. Okay, and then underneath your organization, you want to create 2 sub-organizations. So you're going to add an organization, make sure your organization is selected, and then you're going to enter an organization for your provider. And you can keep the organization key blank. And then you're going to add another organization for the partner. So you can give it an organization name, and then you can give it a key if you want, an organization type, select an organization type, and then you select finish. Okay, so then you should see underneath your organization, you should have the 2 sub-organizations. So why don't now everyone go through those steps of creating their organizations. So what I'll do is I'll talk you through it, and if you have any questions or issues, then go ahead and let me know. Okay, so everyone's going to click on the top registry node, and in the Actions portlet on the right-hand side, you're going to select the option to add an organization. So go ahead and select that option. The top-level registry node should be selected in the organization tree. And once you verify that, go ahead and click Next and enter an organization name. If you want, you can add an organization key and select an organization type if you want. Okay, this is going to be your top level registry, like your company organization. Okay, and when you're done, you're going to click Finish. Okay, and then underneath, once you've selected your created your organization, you're going to make sure that that organization is selected, and you're going to do the exact same thing to create your provider and your partner sub-organizations underneath your main organization. So go ahead and create your 2 sub-organizations underneath there. Okay, and we'll be using these organizations in this whole directory structure for the training course. Okay, so give everyone a couple more minutes.
Cheryl, what?
Yes?
I can't sign in. I don't know where I'm supposed to be to sign in.
Okay, in the URL that I sent.
The admin one or the plain one?
The plain one. So you have a administrator or a user ID and a password. So let's see, yours is...
Oh, this is the one. I'm sorry. I misunderstood.
So
I thought we were still using a generic.
Yeah, the admin. You're going to sign in with your admin user, and then
Got it.
password. These are the different IDs. Okay, so when you're done, then, does everyone have their organizations defined? If you're not done and you need a little more time, go ahead and let me know. Your organization structure then should look similar to this. And you'll notice that under each of these organizations, right, all of them have these 4 folders. And as we go on, we'll start populating information in those folders. Okay, but in order to start creating our services, we need some type of runtime environment. So we have our policy manager configured, but now we are going to need to create our network director. And through the course of this class, we'll be using the network director to actually provide us with our runtime environment that allow us to create our policies and apply those policies to the services that we deploy. So the network director provides one-time policy enforcement for the services that get deployed within this container. Okay, so the network director will enforce the policies on these particular virtual services within the container, but the network director can also implement the policies that you have defined on these desktop or physical services. Okay, so from these physical services, you virtualize the physical services onto the network director, apply policies here, and can actually have the network director implement policies that are defined on your physical services. When you virtualize these services on the network director, a WSDL is automatically created for each of those services, those virtual services, and accessible through the REST API or from the network director directly. So especially for SOAP services where WSDLs are very important, you can access the WSDL either through the Policy Manager Console's REST API or from the network director directly, and we'll see how that can be done. After you virtualize this service, you can then apply operational or security policies, compliance, and or quality of service policies and attach these to the virtual services in the organization where they reside. So when we configure the network director is a container, right? And in most cases, the network director is going to be running on a separate machine from the policy manager. Now, there's nothing that says you cannot run the network director on the same machine as the policy manager. It's just that the network director, if it's going to run on the same machine as the policy manager, of course it's going to need to run on a different port than the policy manager is running. That you run the network director on the same machine as the policy manager, of course, because now you have a single point of failure, and also the network director in itself is processing all your runtime requests and therefore requires more resources in general than the policy manager does in order to do all that runtime processing. So the network director is configured again as a container. And within that container, you would install the network director feature. The network director runs on. The network director must be able to access the policy manager's port. So the network director must be able to communicate with the policy manager in order to retrieve its configuration information. So when you think of putting the network director out into the DMZ, you have to remember that this network director must be able to access the policy manager. Okay, the policy manager does not need access to the network director's port, but the network director must be able to access the policy manager. Now, the network director or agents for that matter, or policy manager for data power, it needs to either a direct database connection, or it needs to be configured to write all of its usage data to the policy manager through a remote usage writer. So in the event that the network director cannot have a direct database connection, say because it's sitting out in the DMZ and you don't want to expose the network director, or you don't want to expose the database out in the DMZ, you can configure the network director to use what's called the remote usage writer, so that the network director will communicate with the policy manager through its configured port to write all the usage data to the database. So the network director, remember, is processing all the runtime requests, and therefore it's actually collecting usage data about those requests as they're being sent through the network director. So in order to configure the network director, you would need to perform the following steps. One is you would create a container. So just like we created a container for the policy manager, you would create a container by running the configurator to create the network director instance. So within that, you would then log into the admin console, and you would install the network director feature using the admin console, and you would, if you're going to use a direct database connection, you would actually need the JDBC driver in the network director's deploy directory, or you would need to configure the remote usage writer for the network director instance. And then finally, after the container has been configured, you would define the network director instance in the policy manager console. So here, just like with the policy manager, when we created the policy manager instance, for the network director, you do the exact same thing. You run the configurator to create the generic instance. And once that instance is created, then you start up the instance, and you're going to add the network director feature into the actual instance itself. So you'll go to the available, log into the admin console, and then you'll add the network director feature into the container that you just created. Now, unlike the policy manager, which requires quite a few configuration steps, the network director really only requires a single configuration task once you install that feature into the actual container. And that is, you need to configure the WS-MEX, or WS Metadata Exchange URL, to the policy manager and configure this in the network director. And that URL is how the network director is able to retrieve its configuration information from the policy manager. So as the network director, as you make changes to the network, to the services that are configured on the network director, or for the policies that you apply to those services that you're actually deploying on the network director, the network director will use this WS-MEX URL to retrieve the configuration information and be able to update its configuration for those services. So that's why you always need to make sure that you have access to that policy manager port and the WS, so that it can get to this WSMex URL. So the WSMex URL is always at the policy manager host, the policy manager port, and /WSMex. That is a service that's actually configured out of the box when you configure the policy manager instance. And then you just need to generate the PKI keys and certificate for the network director. And again, these keys are only for the internal communication between the network director and the policy manager. And then you'll restart the container. Okay, now, once the container's restarted, if you are not going to use a direct database connection, then you need to configure the remote usage writer. So in this case, the usage data will be sent to the policy manager so the policy manager can write all that data to the database. And the remote usage writer is actually configured in the admin console. So if you're going to use the remote usage writer, you're going to need to go into the admin console of the network director, and in the configuration tab, you'll see that there's a com.soa.monitor.usage, and you're going to need to change the values for these two properties from true to false and from false to true. So you're going to enable the usage remote writer, and you're going to set that value to true. Once you've done that, then the network director will start using the remote usage writer versus looking for a direct database connection. Okay, and after that, then you need to configure the network director in the policy manager console itself. So the network director, when you create it, is created under the provider organization or the parent to the provider organization. So in our case, the network director, if you look in the policy manager console, you see that the network director instance is actually created in the root containers folder. Okay, so you're going to create, when you create the network director in the policy manager console, you're going to select the organization in which you want to create that container, and then you're going to add an SOA container. There's only one time in which the policy manager needs to connect to the network director to retrieve information, and that is during this time in which you're doing the configuration. So when you create the container, so here you would go in and you would add a container. And you'd select SOA container. When you add that container, it's going to ask for this metadata URL. The metadata URL is a metadata URL for the container that you're adding. So in this case, it would be the network director. Now you'll see here when you add the metadata URL or metadata information for the network director, if you do not have access to this URL, so the network director is actually in the DMZ, so you're not allowing the policy manager to connect to the network director. What you can do is you can actually save the contents for the network director's metadata information, and you can actually load the metadata from a particular file. Okay, so how do you retrieve that metadata information? One is you can get it from a URL. So you can either use when you define the network director, you can get it from the network director's host and port number and put /metadata, or you can actually retrieve it directly from the URL. So I can take this URL here for the network director. And I can retrieve the metadata information for the network director. And then you could download this information and save it to a file. So in the event that the network director, the policy manager can't talk to the network director, you can use the metadata file to actually create the network director in the policy manager console. Sorry. Okay, so you're going to select the SOA container. You would either provide the URL to the metadata, the network director metadata information, or you would use a file. You would have saved that metadata file, and you could define the network director using the file. Okay, and then once you create the container, it's going to ask you for the network director, the network director name, and to load the network director certificate into the policy manager's trusted store. So once you select this SOA container, it'll actually walk you through a set of steps that allow you to create the network director container so that now it's actually visible here. So what we recommend then as a best practice for when you create these clusters is that the network director cluster name and the network director cluster key name be the same. Network director cluster must have the same listener name. So if I look here in the policy manager console that we're using for training, you'll see here that I have the network director, and then I created a cluster. So when you create a cluster, you would click on the Add Container button here to the right, but instead of saying SOA container, you would use SOA container cluster. And as part of that cluster, when you create it, the important thing to note is if I look here at the training cluster, you'll see that one, the instance name and the key name when the cluster was created are the same. And what's very, very important is that these listener names here are the same between the cluster and the network director. So if I look at the network director, you can see here's the listener name for HTTP and HTTPS. When I look at the cluster, the names are the same. The URL that you would use for the cluster is probably going to be different because this is going to be the load balancer's host or VIP or IP address that you define here in the actual details for that particular listener. But if you do not make these listener names the same, what will happen is that the services will not get deployed on the network director. So they have to be the same so that all the services get deployed from the cluster to the network director. Okay, so when we create a network director cluster, we first create and configure the network director's instances that will be part of the cluster. We verify that all the listener names are the same across the network director instance. We create a network director cluster and verify that the cluster name and container name key are the same. You add the listeners for the cluster, and these would be the same listener names as the network director instances. And then configure the host and IP address for those listeners. And then when you actually create the cluster, it's going to ask you to select one of your network director instances to be referenced to model the cluster against. So it's just, basically it's looking at the metadata for that network director instance, and it's creating the cluster based on the features and the configuration of that particular network director. Since all your network directors are the same, you can configure the cluster to reference any one of those network director instances. And then finally, you can virtualize your physical services now to the network director cluster, and those physical services or virtual services that you've created should be deployed to each of the network director instances in the cluster. Okay, so here's just the creation of the network director cluster. So you should see the cluster and the instances. And to add the network director to the cluster, which I'm going to show you here, you would just select the network director instance, and knowing and verifying that these listeners are the same, you can now add the container to the cluster. Okay, so now when you look at the containers, you should see that the network director is now in the training cluster. So for those Policy Manager 6.1 does provide support for legacy containers. However, you should try to use or move to using the network director instances and clusters whenever and wherever possible. Okay, so here we're part of the training. We did create a network director instance, and I added that instance to the training cluster so that we have a cluster with a single network director included in this. Okay, are there any questions on the network director or cluster creation? Okay, so let's look at some typical policy manager deployment scenarios. So when we look at these, we'll look at several different features and configurations for showing load balancing and high availability, geographical redundancy, clustered environments with network directors deployed in the DMZ, last mile security, and a typical load balancing, high availability scenario with VIPs in place. These are very common policy manager configuration setups. And you might recognize this as being something that's very similar to what you have set up. So the first scenario here shows a highly available load balanced environment. So here you can see that the policy manager instances are clustered, meaning that there are actually two policy manager instances sharing the same database. In this case, they're sharing the database on using Oracle RAC. And you have network director instances that are also defined within a cluster sitting behind a load balancer. The network directors reside in the DMZ, and so because they're in the DMZ, they don't have any local access to the database. So you're using the usage writer to actually write all the usage data from these network directors that are in the DMZ to the policy manager that's sitting within the enterprise. So these network directors can actually connect to either one of these two policy manager instances, and therefore that's how you get the load balancing or high availability for the policy manager instances. Okay, and here's an example of geographical redundancy where you actually have the same configuration that was in the previous slide, except you configure that in two different geographical locations. So here would be the East Coast, and then on the West Coast, you would have the same configuration, and you would have database replication happening here between the two databases. Now, in many cases, customers will just make this if this is the primary site and this is a DR site, they'll primarily make this a read-only. So the backup or the DR site database would only be read-only, where database replication occurs only in one side or only in a single direction from the primary to the backup.
Actually, let me back to the DR thing. For SOS software, you're recommending to have a single database between DR and production, or have a separate local instance of the database in separate location and replicating the production data to the DR?
Well, in most cases, they're going to have their separate databases, because you don't want for this policy manager to go over to this database. Could cause a lot of latency. So, in most cases, customers will have replicated data like this, but there are situations where they are using the same database. So in which case, then this policy manager needs to retrieve information from the database in a different geographical location. Now with Policy Manager 6.1, there are a lot of settings now so that the network directors do not need to for a long period of time, where they could stay up for a configured period of time without needing to go to the policy manager to retrieve information. So the network directors can stay up and run without the policy manager database connection. So if the connection goes down from the policy manager to the database, the network directors can stay up and run. But that's only with policy manager 6.1. With 6.0, they still require that the policy manager be up and running. The network directors do.
Let me ask you this.
With a connection to the database.
So currently the way we configure right now is we currently configure the production and the DIS in the same database. And trying to use a GTM URL. And we will have this will be replicating to the DR site. And bring up, if the disaster happens, we will bring up the mount of the disk over there and bring up the database on that site. Is that something good option to do it, or we should have a separate database?
The option to do what?
No, it's for the DR. Currently, the way we configure right now is production and DR is talking to the same database.
Okay, yeah.
And that is live in production right now. And we are replicating the data from production to the DR site. And if a DR happens, the data will be mounted on the DR site and bring it up and start the policy manager on that site. Is there something a good option to do it, or we should have a separate database?
Oh no, it's not a separate database. It would be using. It's the same database, like what you're saying. It's using the same database. It's just replicated over. So that's a very common scenario. So now this primary site goes down. The DR comes up. You start the policy managers on the DR side, and you start the network directors, or the network directors may be up and running already, and then the traffic can start flowing through here. But it would be using the same actual database tables as the primary site. Okay, any other questions on that?
No, I'm good.
Okay, and then now if we have last mile, same configuration, right? We have multiple network directors defined in a cluster, configured to use multiple policy managers that are configured against a single database. And now, instead of going directly to the endpoint or to the physical services, you actually have an agent that's installed for this particular application server, which you can apply policies to and monitoring to, so that the agent can intercept those requests before they're actually being passed to those physical services. Okay, and then here's just a typical scenario, production scenario, I should say, when policy manager and network directors are configured with load balancers in place. So in production, most of our customers use load balancers. Okay, so if you look at in this particular configuration, you'll see that there are 3 sets of VIPs. And in this case, we're using F5 to actually create the VIPs. So there's a VIP here where the consumers actually use or connect to to be able to access the policy manager console running on either one of these two policy managers. Okay, and then there's a zip here if we look on the right-hand side, so that when business partners or applications want to invoke services hosted on these network directors, they can do so through this zip here. And finally, there's one zip here in the middle. And this zip, you can see, is actually being used to route traffic from the network directors to either of these two policy managers. So why are we doing that and setting up this zip here? This is so that we can ensure that we have load balancing between the network director and the policy managers. And the load balancers themselves have the ability to be able to not only test to see whether the policy manager is up and running, but you can also configure URLs that can be used to actually determine if the policy manager is up and ready to receive requests. Okay, and the same here at this zip, you can configure the F5 to actually pull specific URLs and look for a specific response to make sure that the network director is up and running and ready to receive requests. Okay, now you can see here also that when you're configured in this scenario where you actually have the network directors going through a load balancer to the policy managers, you need to set up routing files to tell the network director that if they receive a request for policy manager 1, route it to the VIP. And if they receive a request for policy manager 2, to always route all these requests through the VIP. Okay. Now, the reason why these routing files become necessary is because, if you remember, the network director continuously communicates with the policy manager. When the network director communicates with the policy manager to retrieve its configuration information, it'll actually go into the policy manager and it will need to invoke some of these services. And when it actually picks up these services here, the services, when you look at the access point for these configured services, they don't have the VIP names configured, host names or IP addresses. So when the network director actually polls the policy manager for a particular service, then it's going to actually get the actual policy manager's host or IP address. So the reason you need that routing file is so that when the network director actually receives that request to poll for policy manager 1, instead of using the URL for the actual policy manager host, it maps it to the F5 VIP so that the request can go through the policy manager. Okay, and when you deploy these routing files, you actually deploy them into the deploy directory of the container. So a single routing file is required for each separate URL. So if you have 2 policy manager instances, that means you're going to need 2 routing files, one for Policy Manager 2 to route through the VIP, and one for Policy Manager 1 to route through the VIP. When you deploy these files into the deploy directory, you don't need to restart the container. Okay, when you create the routing files must begin with the category name. So the category name that you would see in the admin console after you deploy those files into the deploy directory. So it would be com.soa.http.route- whatever name you want to give the file. So for example, if I'm creating a routing file for PM1, I would create the file name .cfg, and I would enter in the keywords. So the keywords are pattern and URL, and then provide the PM host and the PM port, and then any context path after that, and then route that PM host and that PM port through the load balancer's host or IP address and the load balancer port. Okay, so that would allow you to route all your PM or Policy Manager traffic from the network directors through the F5. Okay, so we have now the network directors configured. They're configured in the Policy Manager console. The load balancers are set up and communicating. And now we're getting ready to register services in the Policy Manager. So when we register services in the Policy Manager, all the services, regardless of whether they are REST services or SOAP services or POC services, all those services are defined by an underlying WSDL. And that WSDL helps to facilitate service consumption, versioning, and mediation, because the Policy Manager or the network director, all the components actually use the WSDL to be able to determine what policies need to be applied and at runtime, and also look at schema definition within the WSDL. So even though when you think of a REST service, you don't think of it as being underneath everything, we will actually create a WSDL for that REST service. Okay, so when we define a WSDL, we require the schema to define the data types that are being passed to the service, the interface that references the schema and defines the operations, the bindings define the ways to access the interface, and the service definition that allows us to categorize or search for a service through the use of metadata. So when we look at services that you can register within the Policy Manager, there are various different types of services. You have a physical service, which is a physical endpoint. You can't manage this, you can't secure it, or you can't monitor this in the Policy Manager. Okay, but you need to define it because in order to actually send a request to that physical service, it must be registered in the Policy Manager. Okay, and then you have the managed physical service, and a managed physical service is managed by an SOA embedded agent. So that could be the Tomcat agent, it could be IIS, it could be BizTalk. All of those are that resides within one of those embedded agent application servers. Those services could be managed by that embedded agent, so we call those managed physical services. And you could apply policies to those services that the agent would actually enforce. And then you have a virtual service, and a virtual service is a service that is virtualized from a physical service and hosted on a network director or policy manager for data power container. And a virtual service can be managed or secured and monitored within the policy manager. Okay, and finally you have what's called an aggregate service. So if you're using a virtual service, then the virtual service can actually be exposed as a single service that is an aggregate of multiple physical services and or operations. Okay, so that would be an aggregate service. So a physical service is a physical API or endpoint. Any type of physical service can be registered in the policy manager. Physical services cannot enforce policy manager policies. So you cannot apply a security policy to that physical service and expect the physical service to enforce that policy. If you actually have that physical service running in a container with an SOA agent and it is managed, then you can actually enforce the policy. Okay, so the managed physical services are protected by the SOA agents, and the SOA agents can then enforce the policies that are created within the policy manager. Okay, and virtual services are services that are hosted on a network director or policy manager for data power container, and those allow you to apply policies which then allow you to be able to do service aggregation, protocol mediation, content-based routing, message transformation. You have access to a lot of various different policies that you could apply to those virtual services once they're hosted and virtualized. Service, again, is a virtual service that is exposed as a single service to the consumer. So that single service may have two operations, but those operations could actually come from two different back-end services. Okay, now when we register physical services, we register the physical service from a WSGO URL or file. Or if we have the schema available, we can register from the schema, from an existing interface, or you can just define that physical service in the policy manager just for the purposes of searching or reference. So when we register the physical service in the policy manager, we select the provider organization and then use one of the methods to actually register the service. When we create the physical service, so this is really for a SOAP service, we when the service is created from the WSDL, the service details are populated based on the contents that are defined within that WSDL. So the service name, the namespace, and the local part are required to register the service. Now this namespace here, the namespace URI and the local part, has to be unique within the policy manager installation. Okay, and then you select from the provider organization where you want to register that service. So once you create the physical service, then you have the ability to manage that service and specify how you want to manage it. So you can say you don't want to manage it at this time, in which case the physical service will just be registered in the policy manager, or you can select the option to manage within the container, which means that you have an embedded agent that's actually going to manage the service, or you can manage through a virtual service, in which case you're going to manage through a network director. So when you manage through a virtual service, then the physical service is virtualized and hosted on a network director or policy manager for data power container. So the one thing you'll note is when you manage through a virtual service, you'll see that there is this act as a proxy box. And what that allows you to do is, if that is checked, that means the virtual service will be proxied to the corresponding physical service. So if you update that physical service's WSDL, then all the changes that are made on the physical service get updated automatically in the virtual service. If it is left unchecked, changes to the physical service aren't automatically propagated to the virtual service. So an example of when you would want to use this is, say for instance, you're adding a new operation to your physical service. So in this case, you would make sure this access to proxy service is checked, and you could then add and update the WSDL for the physical service, and it would get updated in the virtual service as well, so that operation would actually show up. Okay, once the physical service is created, you should see it here in the organization tree, and then there are a bunch of portlets that are available for that physical service where you can configure many different things for that physical service. Now, when you create a physical service in the policy manager, it may be that you want to check for compliance to ensure that the service adheres to standards that have been defined by your organization. So the policy manager, under the main policies folder, if you open up the compliance policies folder, you will see that there are 4 separate rules that you can actually use as examples of different types of compliance that you could attach to that particular service that you're registering. And those 4 rules are, one is you can check to see whether the WSDL is a document style WSDL. You can check to see whether the physical service has a keyword attached to the service. You can check to see whether the request message has a SOAP action header. And then you can test the service to determine if it complies to the WSI basic profile, and also run a report against the WSI basic profile. Okay, so those are 4 sample compliance tests that you can run. And if you're using Lifecycle Manager, when it actually creates services in the Policy Manager, you can actually, before you deploy them, you can actually check for some compliance in Lifecycle Manager before you push it into the Policy Manager. Okay, when you attach compliance policies, so you select your service, and when you select the service, there's this big policies attachment portlet here. So you can attach your compliance policies here to the service, or if you wanted to, you could attach it to the organization, and in which case each of the services that get registered in that organization will inherit that compliance policy. And that rule in terms of inheritance and policy attachment applies not just to the compliance policies, but it also applies to the operational and QLS policies as well. Okay, so you attach the policies, the compliance policies, compliance report, and it'll tell you what the results are. Okay, so now we're actually going to go through an actual use case where we're going to register a service, and our service is the account manager service. So we're going to register this service in the provider organization that we created. And this account manager service has 5 operations. It has transfer. And the valid accounts are AC1, AC2, AC3, etc., and they are case sensitive, so you have to use uppercase. And we're going to attach the keyword compliance policy to the physical service and then run the compliance check on this registered service. Okay, so I'm going to send you the URL for the physical service that we're going to register because you're going to need that. So let me just get that, sorry, from my computer here. Okay, so the URL, this is a SOAP service that we're going to be registering. So the URL that I sent in the actual chat window is the URL for, or the WSDL for the service that we'll be registering. So you won't be able to access this from your browser, but I'm just going to show you. But you will be able to access it from the admin or from the Policy Manager console. Hold on, sorry. Okay, so here is our actual WSDL. Okay, so this is the WSDL for the service that the SOAP service that we're going to be registering. So the first thing you have to do is you have to have the WSDL for a SOAP service. So whether that's a URL, or if you didn't have the URL and you just had the file, you can register it with the file as well. So when we register the service, we're going to all need to log in again to the Policy Manager console. Okay, and you're going to open up your organization. Okay, and again, okay, so someone here put their organization underneath my organization. Let me see what. So I'm just going to move this one out to the top level. So here, otherwise you'll probably get confused. So here, I'm going to see how I can change the parent organization. I'm just going to move this one out to the top level registry node. So chest 1 is now out here at the top level. Okay, so now what we're going to do is under our provider services organization, so you're going to open up your provider services organization and you're going to select the services folder. Here now you'll see on service link. So you're going to click on that Create Physical Service link. And then you're going to take the WSDL that I sent, and you're going to put that WSDL URL here where it says WSDL URL. Okay, and when you're done, go ahead and click on Next. And you'll see now that it actually read the information here for the service. Now, since all of us are really using the same service, what's going to happen is we can't all save them with the same namespace URI and local part. So what you're going to do to differentiate the services is you're going to add your student number to the end of the name and to the end of the local part in the actual QName field. Okay, so the name in my case will be Account Manager Doc Literal Wrapped Service 30. And then in the local part, it says Account Manager Doc Literal Wrapped Service 30. Now, in the provider organization, you want to make sure that your provider services organization is selected. Okay, once you've done that, you can click on Next. Okay, now, again, because we're all referencing the same service, it's going to reference binding that's already in the policy manager. So to make it appear as if we each have our own binding, what we're going to do is we're just going to create a new binding. So you're going to select the second option that says import with a new Q name, and in the binding you can just put like AM for account manager and then your student ID. Okay, what this will do is it'll create a new binding for this service, so you can differentiate yours from everyone else's. Now, in most cases, you're not going to have this problem because everyone's not going to be using the exact same service. And then you're going to have the same issue with interfaces. So because we're referencing the same service, it's going to want to use the same interface. So, but let's instead import with a new Q name so we keep them all separate. So select the second option, and in the local part, again, put your AM and then your student number.
Cheryl, this is Laura. Can we take a quick pause? If you don't get the first one right, then we're left behind in the dust here. I don't know what I couldn't see what you adjusted in at the very first part.
Oh, back here?
The very first thing we did where you had us put a number in somewhere, only my screen up, I couldn't see where you put it.
Okay, see right here?
No, well, actually, I got an error message, or red error message at the bottom, and I don't have the screen.
What was the error message that you got?
It says, unable to load the WSDL file from the path mentioned WSDL exception.
Okay, did you use the second URL that I sent?
The second URL you sent.
This one here that I just sent in the chat window.
Laura, the first one had a typo. It has two M's
Okay.
in the word sample
Yep.
there.
I got it now. Vimmel found it for me. I didn't, because she was telling me to put in a number, and I couldn't figure out where I was putting the number that was. Okay. Okay. Thank you. I'm fine.
Okay. Okay, so in the duplicate interfaces, again, you're going to create a new Q name. And then go ahead and click on Next. And then for the Manage options, right now we're going to select the Do Not Manage at this time. So we'll just have our physical service created. Okay, so you can go ahead and click on Finish once you're done with the creation of that particular physical service. Okay, and then when you click Finish, it'll ask you about adding the service to Dashboard. Just keep the option No selected for right now. And then click on Close. Okay, so you should see the physical service configured under the provider organization services. Okay, now, the first thing to note here is that for the access point, so if you click on the access point, you should be able to see here the physical service location for that particular service. Okay, and if you click on the Operations subtab, you should see the 5 different operations that are defined as part of the WSDL. And finally, if you go here to the Details subtab, you'll see in here that you're able to see the details for the particular service. But more importantly, here, when you look at the WSDL URL, this is the REST interface for this particular service. So the WSDL is represented in the Policy Manager and can be viewed for this particular service from this URL. Okay, so we're retrieving the WSDL now, not from the actual physical service, but you can retrieve it from the Policy Manager itself. Okay, so if you were to click on that and open this, you would be able to see, the WSDL for this particular service as it's defined within the Policy Manager. And this will become more important as we actually look at the virtual services. Okay, so if we go back into the Policy Manager console, now the next thing we want to do is if you scroll down on this Details tab, you can see that in this metadata portlet, you have the ability to be able to add tags or keywords to this particular service to help with searching. Or you can assign categories or add attachments. So say you wanted to add some documentation as it relates to the service, you could actually add that information here as well. But one of the compliance checks to see whether there are any tags associated with this particular service. So what we're going to do now is we're going to attach the compliance policy to our service that checks for a keyword. Okay, now when we attach the compliance policy, you can either attach it here at the service level, or you could attach it at your provider services level, and it would, any service that gets added into your provider services organization would automatically have that policy attached. So you can choose where you want to attach it. Okay, but you're going to attach that compliance policy from this policy attachments portlet and click on the Manage link across from that compliance attachment. So when you click on the Manage link, it'll show all the organizations, and at the very bottom, you'll see that there's a folder called Policies, and these contain the out-of-the-box policies that have been shipped and created when you installed the product. So if you open the policies and then open the compliance policies folder, you'll see the 4 compliance policies there, and you can select the has keyword test or any of the other ones that you want to select as well. Okay, and when you're done, you can click on Apply. Okay, so with that policy now attached, we can actually run the compliance check on this particular service. So in order to run the compliance check, you need to pull down below the policy attachments portlet, and you'll see the compliance results portlet. And you just click on that button to check compliance. Okay, and it should have run that particular compliance check. And when it runs it, you'll see that policy check has failed. If you click on the View Report, you can actually see that it's failed and why it has failed. Right, because there's no keyword assigned to my service. So if you then go back down to the metadata portlet and where it says tags and keywords and click on that manage link there and add a keyword, whatever you want. Okay, and then we run the compliance check. You should now see that the compliance has passed. Okay, and you can do this with any of the other compliance policies as well. Okay, any questions on that? Okay, so we have our physical service created now. So the next thing is we want to actually configure our virtual service. So before we configure the virtual service, let me just go through some of the virtual service configuration. So I'll just go through some slides and then we'll configure our virtual service. So once we've registered the physical service, now we can virtualize it and host it on our network director or policy manager for data power instance or cluster. Then once the service is virtualized, now we can start applying policies to that virtual service and force the consumer to actually send in some type of security credentials, for instance, or to monitor all the traffic between the consumer and the endpoint service. So when we use virtual services, we have a lot of different benefits that are provided as part of being configured as a virtual service. One is transparency from the consumer. So if the endpoint moves or the physical service moves locations, the consumer doesn't have to be notified because the consumer just knows to connect to the virtual service. We can do service aggregation. We can route requests between services based on message content. You can do XSLT transformation, and you can do various different types of mediation, whether it's protocol or message mediation. Those are just some of the benefits of using the virtual services. So we take virtual services, or we create virtual services from our physical service. Whether the physical service is a managed physical service or a physical endpoint itself that isn't managed by an agent, virtualize it into a single network director instance or into a network director or a policy manager for data power cluster. And then we apply those policies to those virtual services. So when we create a virtual service, we create them from a registered...
Cheryl?
Yes?
I have a question. My name is Vimal. The question is, when we have an agent which has a physical service, and agent is monitoring it, an agent would be able to implement its own policies, right? We wouldn't need a network director to implement policies.
No. So if you have an agent, and you're just running an agent, and you don't even have a network director, then whether it's an agent or whether it's a network director, as long as you have an SOA component installed, then you can apply the policies to those services that are being managed by the agent. You don't need a network director. Okay, so create the virtual services from a registered physical service or from an existing interface. So when you create the service, you can see the first thing you do is you select your organization, you select the physical service, and then you can say virtualize the service. When you select that option, then you need to enter your virtual service details. When you add the virtual service, you can see that it appends and also in the actual local part as well, that will automatically differentiate the physical from the virtual service. And then you select the organization in which you want to place this virtual service. Okay, now you need to define the binding details for the virtual service. So in order to create the binding details, so when you create that virtual service, it's going to ask you for a port name because remember, every single service needs a corresponding WSDL. So even for a virtual service, when you're creating that virtual service, you're actually generating a WSDL for that virtual service. So you define the port name for the virtual service, and if multiple bindings are defined, then you have to have different port names. So in this case, you can see that there's a SOAP 1.1 and then a SOAP 1.2 binding, so you need to make sure that those port names are different. And then for each of those bindings, you need to define a context path. So the context path is made up of the actual listener. So here's the actual listener, and then the context path where this service is located. So a consumer, when they're actually going to consume this service, say they want to access a SOAP 1.1 service, virtual service, they would go to the network director host, port, and the context path for that particular service. Okay, so once you've created your virtual service, then the virtual service gets hosted on the network director container or cluster. So you can see all the context paths that are hosted on that particular network director or cluster instance by selecting the container and then using this hosted services subtab. And if you need to change the context path or unhost the service from the network director so that it's not available to a consumer, you can do so by selecting a service and actually selecting either modify or unhost. Okay, once the virtual service is created, it's very similar to the physical service. So you have all the options that are available to you. And you'll see here that the workflow, in the workflow portlet, that will actually get started as part of the default workflow. So when a service, the virtual service is created, it's actually created in a draft state and has to go through some approval processes. Okay, so by default, the HTTP and WS security headers are terminated at the network director. And therefore, they will be stripped before being passed to the physical service. So you can manage the header propagation for the virtual service, and you'll see here there's a manage in the actions portlet, a manage header propagation feature, and you can either, by default, it's selected to all, and then you can, if you don't want to pass the headers, you can select none. Sorry. So the virtual services operations subtab will show you all the operations. So these should be the same as what you really have in your physical service because you virtualized it from the physical service. And if you select your virtual service operation and pull down here on the actions on the manage routing pull down, here you'll be able to see that the virtual service is actually forwarding information to the physical service. So you're able to see the virtual service and the corresponding physical service. But one of the other options that's available as part of this manage routing pull down is the ability to be able to audit the request and response data from the virtual service to the physical service. So we have policies that you can apply to this particular virtual service that will show the requests coming in from the consumer and the requests being sent back to the consumer. But if you want to see the request that's being sent from the network director to the actual provider service and what's being sent from the provider service to the network director, then you would need to use this option here in the manage routing pull down. And I'll just show you that here. We don't have a virtual service yet, but here, oh no, we're not going to be able to see it. When we create our virtual service, I'll show you the manage routing option where you can actually do the auditing between the network director and the physical service. So when you go to the bindings sub-tab of the virtual service, you'll see all the bindings that are available for that particular virtual service. Again, the access points, we already discussed where you can view the access points, whether it's a physical service or the virtual service. You can view the access point, and this access point is the access point that's actually accessible by the consumer. And for the categorization, you can actually add categories to a particular service to facilitate searching, and also to facilitate the workflow processing from between policy manager and the lifecycle manager. For the virtual service, you can also set up denial of service rules where you can actually deny service based on IP address ranges, based on the size of the message, or the throughput rate. So you can, if you're using a network director or policy manager for data power or any of the agents, you're able to set these denial of service rules. Okay, and the monitoring sub-tab for the virtual service is one that we'll be using quite a bit. And this is where you can actually view alerts, you can view logs, you can view real-time charts, historical data for the virtual service, and any dependencies. The dependencies just show you a graph of the physical service and the virtual service and their relationship with each other. Okay, so now you have your network director and you want to verify that the virtual service are deployed. So there's a few ways to verify that the virtual services are deployed. One is you can actually obtain the WSDL for the virtual service that's been deployed from the network director directly. So you would use the network director host, the network director port, the context path where you define that virtual service, and then use !WSDL. You can also, from the admin console of the network director, you can actually display all the context paths that have been deployed on the container. So you can actually verify the virtual services that are deployed by actually going into the network director admin console, and you'll see that there's this configuration category, which is com.soa.transport.jetty.default servlet. And there's a property which is .list context. By default, it's set to false, and you can set that to true. And then from the browser, you can actually go to this information page, and you can view the context, all the contexts that have been deployed. Sorry, I'm just taking notes here. Okay, so let me just show you that here on the network director so you can see it. So if I go into the admin console of the network director, when you go here to the configure tab, you'll see here that there's a default servlet option. And if by default it's false, if I change this to true, I can actually now go to com.soa/information, and here I can see the services that and contact paths that are available on this particular network director. Okay, and as we all create our virtual services, we'll be able to see those contact paths show up. Okay, so the network director, right, will implement policy enforcement here at the virtual service. So here I can create a policy that says that in order for this consumer to consume my virtual service, I need to send in a WS security username and password. But the network director can also enforce or implement policies on physical services based on what the requirements are for this physical service. Okay, so in this case, say for instance, this virtual service is sending to a physical service. But this physical service has been configured to require basic authentication, HTTP. You can actually create a policy for basic authentication and attach it to this physical service, even though it's up to the physical service to actually code the basic authentication credentials and the ability to check those credentials to make sure they're valid. You can actually apply that policy to this physical service in that policy manager console so that the network director knows when it sends this request from the virtual service to the physical service, it needs to add those basic authentication credentials. So we call that policy implementation. So policy enforcement is done at the network director. Policy implementation is done from the network director to the physical system. So the next thing we're going to do as part of the hands-on is now we're really going to be getting into the core part of the training, and that's where we start working with services. Okay, while we're waiting, I'll wait just a couple more minutes. But while we're waiting, everyone should make sure they have SOAP UI installed, because we're going to now start using SOAP UI in order to go through our use case. So just make sure you have that installed on your system. Okay, so what we're going to do now is we're going to finish up the day by creating our use case and actually start going through some of the runtime scenarios so you can see how we actually use the virtual services and invoke them. Okay, so we're going to take our account manager SOAP service and we're going to virtualize that on the network director cluster. And once we do that, we're actually going to try and send a request from SOAP UI. We'll see how contracts are used as part of this scenario and why they're needed. We will verify the context path is hosted on the network director. We'll retrieve the WSDO for the virtual service that we create. We'll use that WSDO to create our service in SOAP UI, and then we'll start sending requests through our virtual service to the physical service and see how we can monitor that activity in the policy manager. Okay, so let's all go into the policy manager console. Okay, and you're going to go to your organization under the provider services organization, and you're going to select your physical service, your account manager physical service. And from the details sub-tab, you're going to select the option from the actions portlet, the very last option, which is virtualized service. So go ahead and click on the virtualized service. And you'll see when the service is actually virtualized, the name, it actually just appends the underscore VS0 to your virtual service name. And also to the local part where we had to enter in our student ID number. So you'll see that the namespace and the local part are actually unique now because it's using the student number in this local part. Okay, and so once you've done that, make sure that in the virtual service provider organization, your provider services organization is selected, and then you can click on Next. And the next option is select the container from the organization tree. So you're going to have to go all the way down to the bottom of the tree, and you'll see that there's a containers folder. If you open up that container, you'll see that the cluster is there, because remember, it's a best practice to use a cluster, whether we have one network director or multiple network directors. So we're going to select the training cluster, and you'll see the network director doesn't even show up as an option to check. And go ahead and click on Next. Now you can see here, because the account manager, or sorry, the network director has both an HTTP and an HTTPS listener, those access points will, or it allows you to optionally configure both HTTP and HTTPS for your virtual service. Now, if you want, you can configure, both the ports if you want to. Just make sure that both those ports have a unique name. Let's configure HTTPS or HTTP. If you're going to configure HTTP, that would mean that your firewall has to allow connectivity to port 9905 because the network director on HTTP is running on 9905. On HTTPS, it's running on port 443. Okay, so you can see here that I don't have a load balancer for the cluster, and so therefore I just entered these host names to remind you that when you create the cluster, the listeners are actually would be the load balancer HTTP host name VIP or IP address. Okay, and then you can enter whether you use HTTP or HTTPS, it doesn't matter what you use. And click Next. And here's where you're going to need to enter the context path for your virtual service. So this is a context path that would be provided to the consumer. Okay, so go ahead in the context path, enter something unique here. So I'm just saying, giving my context path as Cheryl AM HTTP because I have both listeners defined. And I could actually, because the listeners are defined on different ports, I could actually use the same context path for both HTTP and HTTPS because I'm differentiating them by the protocol itself. And when you're done, go ahead and click on Finish. Now, here when you get the dashboard option, let's say yes. Use the following dashboard option and just say use existing dashboard. That's fine. And click on Close. Okay, so now you should see in the left-hand org tree, you should see your virtual service. And you can see the difference in the icons between your physical service and the virtual service. So let's look at a couple things here that I did mention. If you go to the Operations subtab now of the virtual service, you should be able to see your operations. Now, if you pull down on any one of these actions on the right-hand side, and you select Manage Routing from the pull-down. First of all, when you look at this, the first screen here where it says the routing details, you can see that the virtual service name should be your virtual service, and the operation chosen should be your operation, and the next top service name should be your physical service, and then the operation name for the physical service. In the next top service window or portlet below, you can see that this virtual service is actually routing requests to your physical service. Okay, now if you click on the next button at the bottom of that screen, you'll see that the operation that's getting invoked is the deposit operation, which is correct. And then you click the next button again, and this should show you the auditing requirements. So here you can see that the auditing requirements are unchecked. And if you check that audit messages, you will be able to audit the messages between the virtual service and the next top service that you have configured for this virtual service. Okay, so you do get this warning, but you don't have to worry about it. You can still check that option if you wanted to. And then you can click on Finish. Okay, now if you look at access points of the virtual service, the access point subtab, you should be able to see your 2 access points that you defined for your virtual service. You will not see the access points to the network director because remember the network director is in the cluster. So you'll just see the cluster addresses here. Okay, now if you go back here to the details subtab, the next thing we're going to do is let's check to see whether all the services have been deployed on that network director instance. So I'm going to give you this URL because we enabled we enabled the property that allows us to list the context. So I'm going to send you this URL. Yes?
Sharon, when I try to do manage routing on the deposit, I'm getting an error saying object error.
Here, when you just go like here?
Yeah, yes.
What's your organization?
It's Vimal Incorporated, Vimal INC.
Okay, let's see. What browser are you using?
IE.
And IE
enable
what?
pop. You may have to enable a pop-up window, you know.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so now if you go to this, I'm not sure if all of you can get to this context path that I just sent, which was 9905. Or you can try using this context path, HTTPS, which you should probably be able to get to. Oh, sorry, I have to enable something on the network director to allow you access to that over HTTPS. So for right now, just if we look at the HTTP URL, you can see the context paths that have been deployed. And I'll enable that so that tomorrow you can get to it. Okay, so you can see here we verified that the context paths have been deployed on the network director. So you should see your context path here. So that means that this network director has actually deployed your service. So now if you go to your context path, so you go to you're going to go to HTTPS and then your context path, and then enter WSDL. You should be able to retrieve the WSDL for your virtual service. Okay, so I can see the problem, why I'm having problems with HTTPS, because I don't have a key here for my listener, so sorry. So see my network director, oh, sorry. Let me just check. Oh, it does. Okay, so that should be okay. So I'm having a problem getting to the HTTPS URL. Is anyone else having a problem?
I do have the same thing. I don't get the HTTPS URL.
Okay, I'll have to figure out what the problem is. Can you get to the HTTP?
Yes.
9905? If your
Yeah.
firewall allows it, you should be able to. Hold on, let me just check to see if the listener's listening. Okay, so that's the problem. The HTTPS listener isn't running. Okay, so let me just restart the network director really quickly. So I'm just going to say startup ND training. Okay, so while that's coming up, everyone, if you can start your SOAP UI.
Cheryl, I think my HTTP visual is also not coming. Maybe I missed with the port number. Could you please tell me what is the port number again?
For HTTP, it would be 9905 as the port number.
Yeah, I'm trying with that.
Cool, I just restarted the network director right now, so The network director
Okay.
might not.
Yeah, I'm able to get it now. Thank you.
Yeah, so 9905 is up. So now let me try HTTPS. Okay, so HTTPS should now be up and running. So you should be able to retrieve the WSDL over HTTPS. Okay, so you should be able to use the network director host, network director port, which is 443, then your context path for your service that's hosted on HTTPS, !WSDL to retrieve that HTTPS, account manager WSDL over HTTPS, over the HTTPS listener of the network director. Right, and if you look in the WSDL for that hosted service, you'll see that the binding information here and the WSDL address is going to be the WSDL address that we have for the load balancer because we have a cluster defined. But remember, the cluster functionality provides no actual runtime functionality. So even though you have your network directors configured in a cluster, you can still access all those services on the network director directly. Okay, so as long as you can retrieve the service either using HTTP or using HTTPS, then you're good. Okay, and the next thing we're going to do is we want to bring up SOAP UI, and we are going to actually try to invoke the server. Someone asked a question about what if you forgot the context path for your service? If you forgot the context path for your service, you go to your actual virtual service under your provider services organization, and you click here on the sub-tab Access Points. Right here is where it shows you the context path for your virtual service. Okay, so you're going to need that context path when we configure SOAP UI. Okay, so everyone go ahead and start your SOAP UI instance on your desktop. And go ahead and create a new SOAP UI project. I just called mine training. Okay, now, the first thing in SOAP UI we want to do is we want to create a new project. So I'm going to call this Account Manager. Okay, and on my Account Manager project, it wants me to provide the WSDL. So there are different ways you can retrieve the WSDL, right? One is the way that we just did, where you go directly to like here. The other way you can do it is that when you go into the Policy Manager console, right, for your virtual service, and you go here to the Details sub-tab, you can also use this URL, and this will actually go to the Policy Manager, the Policy Manager's REST interface to retrieve the WSDL for this virtual service. So you can actually load the WSDL into SOAP UI using one of those two options. Okay, either going to the network director directly using !WSDL or to the policy manager. Okay, so you're going to go here into SOAP UI, and you're going to add your WSDL URL. And go ahead and click on OK. So this should load your account manager service, and you should see those operations that you have configured for your virtual service. Right, those should correspond to what you see in the Operations tab of your virtual service. So let's select List Accounts. Open that up. Now, the only problem here is either you're going to have to add a host entry in your local machine for this load balancer URL, or you're just going to have to add a new endpoint and change load balancer, the HTTP. Okay, you're going to have to change this to, I'm just typing in the chat window. Or you're going to have to change this . I'm just going to change mine. Okay, so once you've changed your URL, go ahead and try and send a request. Okay, and if it works, everyone should be getting an error, an authorization failure. Okay? Okay, so did everyone get SOAP UI configured?
Cheryl, this is Laura. I got it. It wouldn't load, but I think I missed a step when we virtualized. I don't know how to figure out what I missed. So.
Okay, so let's see, what's your organization here? Oh, Laura.
Laura's org.
Okay, so how are you trying to load the WSDL from here?
Yes. No, I copied it from here and I did put it into SOAP UI, but it just kept trying to load. It didn't do anything. But I'm pretty sure I missed something in the midst of when we were doing this. One of the, I don't know what.
No, it should be able to load. Yeah, see, I'm able to load it.
Well, that's weird then. So what's my SOAP UI I have. Just let me try
What
again.
version of SOAP UI are you using?
I think 4 or something. We just put it in for me last week. I'm looking here quick. 4.0.1.
Oh, okay. So that one's 4.0. That one's pretty old. So, okay.
Hey, Laura.
Yes, Pat.
I had the same problem, and I couldn't get to the WSDL through the URL, but I saved the WSDL file to my hard drive, and then browsed to the file, and that worked fine. So it may be a firewall thing.
Oh, okay.
So
okay.
if you have to do that, so Matthias, you may be having the same problem. So if you have to save the WSDL to a file, then you're going to go here, see where it says View WSDL?
Mm-hmm.
So you click on View WSDL, and sometimes it might not come up initially. Just go like this, click on here, and then click Save. And then it'll download the WSDL file, and you can load it that way.
Okay. Thank you, Scott.
Okay, so it's important that everyone is able to actually load the virtual service and be able to invoke the service. Okay, now, I'm going to just continue on here. So if you're still having problems, just send me a chat message.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so hold on, let me just check one other one here. Okay, Matthias, it's got to be something having to do with your firewall, because I can load that one too. So everything's okay with the service. So did you try? try and actually save the WSDL and try it that way as well. Or if you can, download the
I'll work on it, Cheryl, because I did save it, but now I can't browse to it for some reason. So I'll just work on it on the side here. I'll see if I can get it going.
Okay. Oh, I see what the problem is with this one. Okay, so this one has an import, and you're not able to get to.
Where did you save it?
Oh.
Okay, I'll have to look at this one. Yes, I see what the problem is here. Okay, but let's just. I don't want to hold everyone up because we have a lot to cover. So I'll look at this one after, and then I'll let you know, Matthias. I'll make sure that it's configured so that you're caught up. But in the meantime, if you want to use, if any of you are having problems, you can go ahead and use my service that's here in my organization. You can go ahead and use my virtual service. Okay, so when you actually tried to invoke the service, you saw that you got an error. And that error now is something that you would expect to see, because now you have a service that is being managed by the network director. Okay, and if you look at, since it's being managed now by the network director, when you go into the monitoring subtab of the policy manager console for your virtual service, you should now be able to see, because this service is under management, you should be able to see the request that you tried to invoke and the error that you got, an authorization error. And it says that the user is not authorized to invoke the operation. And if you go to the real-time charts, over and say click on 15 minutes, you should be able to see those requests that actually failed. So if I send requests again, I'm just going to do this again on my service. So when I send the requests again and they're failing, you can see that here on the real-time charts, it's actually showing what is working from, or the requests that actually have been sent through on a real-time basis. Okay, so now why are these requests not going through? Okay, the reason they're not going through is because now that the service is under management by the network director and the policy manager, you can't actually send a request to the endpoint physical service or even through the virtual service without having a contract in place. So a contract actually defines which consumers can actually invoke what services. Okay, So what we need to do is we need to create a contract. And I'm just going to have you create what's called an anonymous contract, which really allows any consumer to be able to consume or invoke your service. So we're just going to create what's called an anonymous contract, and tomorrow we'll go into a lot more detail in terms of what those contracts do and why you would use one versus the other. But in order to actually just start sending requests, we want to set up an anonymous contract. So to do this, you're going to go to the contract folder in your provider organization. Okay, and you're going to go to click on Provided Contracts. Then you're going to, on the right-hand side, you're going to click on Offer Contract. And you're going to enter a contract name. So go ahead and enter it. Anything in the contract name. And the important thing is here in the access control, you want to select the second option, which allows any consumer to invoke your service. Okay, so go ahead and click on Next, and make sure you select your provider organization, and then you can click on Finish, and then Close. So when you look at this contract here, you'll see that it should show up under Provided Contract, that the contract is actually in a draft state. So even when the contract is in a draft state, if you notice when I still send this request, it's going to fail. So what you have to do is you need to activate the contract here in the contract workflow. Okay. So on the right-hand side in the contract workflow, go ahead and click on the action to activate the contract.
Hey, Cheryl, I have a question.
Yes?
So if we put, for testing purpose, we put anonymous contract over there, that will allow any call coming from the client will accept it. But if I keep that one, and if I created a others contract with the certificates and everything, so does that mean we need to take it off this one, or it's fine to keep it out, keep this anonymous contract there?
No. So if you're going to create, the contract scope right here covers all the services in the provider organization. So if you're going to limit the scope, you don't want to have two contracts for the same service, basically. So if you don't want an anonymous contract for a particular service, then you're going to have to manage the contract scope so that only the anonymous contract applies to only those services that you really want to have an anonymous contract. Because if you have multiple contracts assigned to a single service, it's going to definitely cause some conflict. And I don't know about this version of Policy Manager because I haven't really tested it yet, but before, an anonymous contract would actually take precedence over a contract where it's very explicit. So it's better to apply the anonymous contract to only those services that you want to make sure they're anonymous, and apply what we call authorization contracts to only those services that you want authorization contracts. Because we have seen problems where, where things will get really confused, and the network director will get confused when there are multiple contracts applied to a particular service. One contract per service. Okay, so now with this contract activated, now go ahead and try and send a request. Okay, so when you send the request this time, you should see that you get a valid response back. Okay, and if you go back to the virtual service, go ahead and select your virtual service from the organization tree under the provider services node, and then go to the real-time charts subtab of the monitoring. And now instead of those red dots, you should actually see a bar indicating that the request was successful. Okay, so you can see now that when a service is under management by whether it's an agent, whether it's policy manager for data power, or whether it's a network director, that you have to have, not only do you have to have the service registered and managed by the component, but you have to have a contract in place in order to be able to invoke that service that is under management manager. Okay, are there any questions on that? Okay. So the next thing we're going to go through is to register a RESTful service. Okay, so this is another type of service that we can register in the policy manager. Not only can we register SOAP services, but also REST services. So I need to go through and give you a little background in terms of how we register REST services in policy manager. So when we register the REST services in the policy manager, we need to model that service using WSDL. Because again, the policy manager uses WSDL for everything as far as the service goes. So when you model the service or create the service, the RESTful service, you need to first define a schema to define the REST service elements. You need to define the verbs in terms of how you're going to retrieve the data. Are you going to use a get, a post, a put, or delete as far as retrieving the data? Then you need to define how the message is encoded when it's being sent and received. So are you using JSON when you're sending it? Are you expecting XML back? Those type of encoding. And then, just like with a SOAP service, you have various different operations. Well, the REST service allows you to define a resource where the data is retrieved from. So there are some RESTful services where you may have multiple resources where you're going to, which map to different operations for a particular RESTful service. And then you have the URL location that you have to define. So what is the base URL for the RESTful service to retrieve the data? So when you register a REST service, here is an outline of the steps that you would do, that you would perform to register that service. So first of all, if you have a schema for your RESTful service, you would upload that schema. Or you could use existing Policy Manager XML schema. You're going to choose a namespace and service name for your RESTful service. You'll define the operations for each of the service resources. So unlike SOAP service where you're just given the WSDL for a particular physical service, for a RESTful service, you are going to need to know a little bit about that service. You're going to need to know all the operations that need to be exposed, and you're going to need to know the message types or the encoding for each of those operations. So what are you expecting the consumer to send? Is it going to be what content type you're expecting them to send, and what's the content type you're expecting from the actual provider application? You're going to need to define the verbs for each of the and the coding for each of the operations. And then you're going to need to define the access point for the physical service location. So after you've registered the RESTful service, then you can virtualize it on the network director. Okay, so the first thing is when you register the service is you need to model it. So you either upload the schema or you use an existing Policy Manager schema to model the service. So you're going to create a physical service, and instead of selecting the option to generate the service from a WSDL, you're going to select the option to create the service from the schema. Then the second thing you're going to do when you create the service is that you need to, just like we did for the physical service, you need to define the queue name, which is the namespace URI and the local part. So again, just like before, the namespace and local part need to be unique within the Policy Manager. And then you list the operation names, how the operations are going to be defined, and how you want them to show up when the usage data is actually recorded in the database for those operations that are getting invoked. So these operation names that you enter here have no impact on the runtime processing of the request. The only thing they affect are how the information is logged in the usage logs when the request, when that usage data is actually being collected for the request for those particular operations. And then we define the message type for each of the operations for the input and the output message types based on the schema that we're using. And then for each of the operations, we need to define the verbs that we're going to use for each of the service operations. And then we need to define the URI syntax. So in this URI, so this is going to be actually the resource where the actual service operation resides. So here you can see you can have static resources, and then you can be expecting variables. So here, in this case, for get balance, we're actually sending in a URI of get balance followed by an account ID, which could be variable. So anything that you're expecting as part of the URI to be a variable, you would enter within the curly brackets. Now, if, for instance, it requires, the particular URI syntax requires the sending in a query parameters, you don't need to specify that as part of the URI syntax. Okay, so query parameters do not need to be specified here. And then for the input and the output content type, this is what you're defining as expected. So the input defines the content type that is being expected by the physical service, and the output content type is the content type that's being returned to the consumer. Okay, so here, when you define an input content type of any, then what will happen is when the network director actually sends this request to the physical service, in the HTTP header, it will put accept content type of any or accept content type of */* in the actual header. And in the output content type, when the content type actually comes back to the consumer, then the content type will be application/JSON, and the payload will actually be JSON. Okay, and finally what we need to do is we need to configure the location of the physical service from the access point subtab for the physical service. And then when the physical service is created, just like with a SOAP service, you can virtualize this through the network director. And this acts as a proxy service flag, acts the same way as it does in for the SOAP service. If you don't have this checked, if you make a change on the physical service, it won't get propagated to the virtual service. If you check this, the changes that you make on the physical service will get updated in the virtual service. Okay, so now what we're going to do is we're going to register the Google Search API service to allow us to be able to search. So if we go to just this we go here. Okay, this search API allows you to actually send a query parameter that includes information that you want to search from, and you can see returns a JSON response. So here, you need a version and a query string. Okay, so this string here. I'm going to send this in the chat window. So if you put this in your browser and where it says XXXX, put in some string you want to search for, you should be able to go to that Google API and return information for that particular string that you're searching for. Okay, so this is the API that we want to create in the policy manager. So you can see, first of all, that one we need to know is the method that we're using to actually invoke the service. Let me go back here just to the summary. Okay, so here when we invoke the Google search, one is that the verb that we're going to use, we know that it's a get. Right, and if you look at that, the string that we're sending, there are no variable parameters, right? Everything runs and is retrieved by issuing a query string. So we don't need any variable parameters when we define our URI. And there is going to be only one operation, which will be our search operation that allow us to be able to do the search using the Google API. Okay, so let's go into the policy manager. And go to your provider services. So now what we're going to do is we're going to create this RESTful service. Okay, so you're going to click on the option Create Physical Service, again on the right-hand side. So from the Services folder, select Create Physical Service. And instead of selecting the option to create the service from a WSDL, we're going to scroll down and you're going to select the second option from the bottom, which is Create Service from Schema. Okay, so select that option and go ahead and click on Next. Okay, so we need to give our service a name. So this can be anything. This is just how you see it in the organization tree. And then you need to give it the service key. You can leave blank because remember that'll get generated automatically. But in the queue name field, we need to provide a unique queue name for our service. So here you can use HTTP, then whatever you want, some URL. And in the local part, I'm going to just use my service name.
Hi, Jerry.
Yes?
I just missed the first part of this. I'm not able to add the visual over here in the service, on the physical service creation. Could you just go back for one slide?
Okay. Yeah, you don't you don't select this option, right? You select create the service from a schema, because we're creating the RESTful service, right? So the REST service doesn't have a WSDL, so we need to create the service from the schema.
Okay. Yeah, that's fine. Thanks.
Okay, so you add a name and the queue name. So one of the things as part of the queue names, when you are defining those, one of the things that's a good idea is to always put the service version number as part of the queue name. So when you actually version the service, you know what version it is. And then in the local part, again, I'm going to use the name of the service. And then just make sure your provider, services, organization is selected. And then you can click here on Next. Okay, so you should be on the Select Schema Import Options screen. And we're not going to import a schema. We're going to use, the policy manager has a default XML schema, which we're going to use. So we're going to select that option to use existing schemas and click Next. And here's where we add an operation. Remember, this operation is only used for collecting usage information. So here, you're going to click on that Add Operation button, and you can give the operation name any name. And this operation name is what's going to show up when you actually invoke the service and you want to see some usage detail information about the operation invocation. And optionally, you can add a description if you want. Okay, go ahead and click on Next. Oh. Okay, someone must have deleted their service. So now I don't have the XML schema. Okay, so let me just go to another policy manager so I can get the XML schema. So what happens is if you delete a service, you have the option of deleting all the artifacts for that service, which includes the schema, and it will delete the XML schema, which we need for this REST service. Okay, so we're probably going to have to start over because I don't think it's going to be able to load this. Just 1 second, and I'll get this. Okay, so I'll just save this from, and I'm going to upload it here. Okay, so let's hope that okay, so if you're on this page, does everyone, if you click search again on XML schema namespace, if you put XML here in schema namespace and click search, you should be able to bring up the XML schema elements here. Okay, so for the input and the output serialization, what we're going to, or input and output messages, we're just going to select any type here for input. So you select any type in the schemas and put it here on the right-hand side. And then any type again for the output. So if you had valid schema, then you would want to use the correct input and output. And this is more important for post request. Okay, and you're going to click here on next. And then the method, right, that we're using is get.
Okay, sure. Can you go back to the other screen here? Let me see the schema name.
The schema name here, if you search on XML schema, you should be able to see in this pull down the schemas and load it.
Got it. Okay, I'm good.
Okay, so here's the URI syntax. So if we look at the URI syntax, you can see here for our REST service, really, there is no, there is no additional URI that's for get, right? So really, the URI syntax that you can use would just be slash. But what I don't like to use just slash there, so what I'll do instead for the URI syntax is I'll make the URI syntax to be /web and then make the actual service be invoked here, because I don't like using just slash right there at the end. So I'll usually put something in there and I'll use /web. The last part of the URL, I'll just use it in the actual URI syntax. Especially if there's only one operation and it is a get. If there are multiple operations, then you will usually have a URI syntax. Okay, so the input content and the output content, these become very, very important, especially if you're doing any type of mediation. So here, the input content type, because it's a GET request, there's really no payload that you're sending. So the input content type you can just keep as any, or you can use application JSON because that's what the physical service is actually sending back as application JSON. But most of the time I'll just use any, especially for a GET. But the output serialization type, this one here would be how are you expecting the response to come back? So the response is coming back as JSON, and so you're going to set, the network director will set the content type for the response back to the consumer as application JSON. If you set this here to, say, application XML, what will happen is the network director will actually format that JSON data to XML, and so that the content will actually be returned to the consumer as actually do mediation between message types is by just manipulating this output content type. This is the content type that's being sent back to the consumer. This is the content type that's being expected by the physical service.
Cheryl, one question. Can we expose the web service as this REST API, REST call?
Sorry?
Can we expose the web service visual on the normal web service into the REST call?
Oh, yes. So that's one of the use cases that we're going to do. Our account manager service, we will actually, which is our SOAP service, we're actually going to, after we get done with registering this, tomorrow what we'll do is we'll actually go through a use case where we expose that SOAP service as those operations, right, SOAP operations as RESTful calls.
Okay. Yeah, thanks.
Okay, so go ahead here. So the output content type will be application JSON. The input will be any. Okay, go ahead and click next. And we want to manage this through our network director, so through a virtual service, and make sure this act as a proxy option is selected, and go ahead and click on next. So here it should give you your virtual service name, your local part, so that should be unique. You don't have to worry about that. And make sure your provider services organization is selected. And go ahead and click next. And then go down to the bottom and you're going to select the training cluster that contains our network director. Go ahead and click on next. And you can either enter a port name for both HTTP and HTTPS, or just one of them. Doesn't matter. So give it some port name. Remember, they have to be unique. And then a context path. So this is the virtual service context path. Okay, go ahead and click on Finish, and it should deploy the service. And you can say yes, you want to add it to the dashboard, and close. Okay, if it's not showing up after you hit close, it's okay. It's because so many people are actually hitting the policy manager. So you should now have 2 virtual services. And if you look at your virtual service, so click on your search service and go to details. And if you click on that WSDL URL, here you should see the actual service defined, right? And it should show you the input serialization. So WSDL was created, right, for your RESTful service. Show you the input serialization, the output serialization, and how you actually get to this particular service. So here, when you look at this here, you're going to take this address location plus the location for the operation, which will be /web, and then we're going to append the query string to our location. Okay, so if you used, so depending on if you use HTTP or HTTPS, right, I'm going to put this in the chat window. You're going to either use this or this. So you can just do this from a browser. You don't even need SOAP UI. Right, so I used HTTPS. I'm going to have to use. Okay, so the context path for our network director on HTTPS is here. Then I need my context path where the virtual service is located. So it was Cheryl, Google, search, then the operation, which is web, question mark, version equals 1.0. Right, if we look here, you need the version equal 1.0 and the query string, and Q equals whatever you're searching for. Okay, so I got some error here, so let me look and see. So this is saying recipient not found. So there's something in my request that the network director isn't liking. So I'll have to figure out what that is. I think it's probably...
Cheryl, I'm also getting the same thing.
Cheryl, can you hear me?
Yep.
Oh, don't you need to fix the access point of the physical service?
Oh, yeah, that's... Sorry. Okay, so, yes, that is the problem. So for the physical service, right, the last step was you have to define the access point for the physical service. So the access point, if we go here to add access point, is here. Give the port name again, and then just go ahead and add the access point. And click on Finish. So now, if I do this, hopefully it'll work. And it does. Thank you for that. So just like now, because this service is actually being monitored in the Policy Manager, so you should be able to go to your virtual service. And remember, the reason why you're able to send through here is because we have a contract in place. Right? If we didn't have a contract in place, you would not be able to send that request to that virtual service. Okay, so there's no errors, and if you look at the real-time charts now, you should be able to see the requests coming through.
Cheryl, could you please go back to the creating the access point again? I'm getting some error.
Okay, so to create the access point, you go to the virtual service, or the physical service, and you select the access point sub-tab.
Yeah, add access point.
And add access point. So here, you're just going to enter the port name, so anything in here.
Okay.
And then in the next screen, in this location, you're going to enter the location that I sent, the last location I sent in the chat window. I'll send it again.
Okay, yeah, I got it. Yeah, thanks, it came.
Okay? So now you should be able to invoke that service. Okay, so this was a pretty simple REST use case, but it shows you how you need to build the service for pretty much from scratch so that you can generate a WSDL for your RESTful service that underneath the policy manager needs to be able to use. Okay, so tomorrow what we're going to do is we're going to take what we understand about creating RESTful services, and we're going to actually create a REST interface to this account manager SOAP service. So now I can actually invoke these SOAP operations using a RESTful service request. So just to review then what we went through yesterday and where we left off, we actually registered, if you remember, we registered our SOAP service. So if we go into the policy manager, and under your organization, we should have two virtual services now that we hosted on the network director. We have our SOAP service, and we also have the Google Search REST service. So both of those should be registered and hosted on the network director. And to look at the context paths that are hosted on the network director, we can use this URL. Oh, sorry, I have to use Chrome. We can use the Jetty information URL to allow us to be able to view the context paths that are hosted on this network director. So when yesterday we were able to see the real-time data for our, as we sent requests, whether it was through the REST service or whether it was through our SOAP service, we were able to see the real-time data, but we weren't collecting any other type of. So in order to collect more data about the request, what you can do is we can apply different policies. And we call these auditing policies that allow us to be able to view what is called the usage data or be able to actually view the request and the response data. So what we're going to do right now is we're going to start with really doing more hands-on, so you're able to, we're actually going to start using some of the policies so that you're able to see how you can use the policies to be able to secure and monitor your services. We'll also this morning actually create a mediation scenario where we will actually use our RESTful service and allow us to be able to send, our SOAP service, and actually allow us to be able to make RESTful requests to that service, so get and post to this SOAP service. Okay, but the first thing we're going to do then is we're going to actually attach what is called the detailed auditing policy to the provider services organization. And this will allow us to be able to collect what's called usage and recorded data. So when you go here, when we look in the monitoring sub-tab of our virtual service, you can see that there are three, initially here, there's three different types of monitoring. One is the alerts, which we're able to get, the logs. This is where you can get all the usage information, which we'll actually be able to see once we attach a policy. And yesterday, once the service is actually hosted or managed by one of the SOA components, then you're able to see the data here in the real-time charts, which we saw yesterday when we got errors. You were able to see the dots, and when you were able to see successful requests, you saw the bars going through. Okay, so if everyone can log into the Policy Manager console now, and let me just send you that URL. Okay, so you're going to use the URL that I sent to log into the Policy Manager console. And use your student ID and the password. Okay, and then we're going to go ahead and open up your organization from the organizational tree and select the Provider Services organization. Okay, so now what we're going to do is we're going to attach what's called the detailed auditing policy that allow us to be able to see summary information about the request and the response, as well as collect the payload information, so the actual payload that we're sending in the request and the payload we're receiving in the response. Okay, that's provided through the detailed auditing policy. So to attach a policy now, you have to go, just like when we attach the compliance policy, you do that from the policy attachments portlet. This is here where you can use, you can attach, even at the organization level, you can attach both services and compliance policies, and again, those will get inherited by all the services under that organization. So you're going to select in the policy attachments portlet, you're going to click on operational policy and click on the manage link across from that operational policy and click on that link. Okay, and then once you should have the managed operational policy attachments for the organization. You're going to, on the right-hand side, click on attach. And then you're going to on the top where it says policies, you're going to go all the way to the bottom and open the policies folder. And then go ahead and click on operational policies. And here are the policies that are shipped out of the box. And you're going to select then the detailed auditing policy. Okay, and go ahead and click on apply.
So is that detailed auditing?
Oh, sorry. Detailed auditing, yeah.
Cheryl, I'm sorry, I just need.
Sorry?
I just need to, what are the initial stages to select this policy? I was just looking,
What is the what?
No, how, from where to start this policy? I didn't follow.
Oh, okay. So you're going to click here on your provider organization.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and then you go down here into where it says policy attachments, in the policy attachments portlet, and you're going to click here on the manage link across from the operational policy.
Okay. Attach. Yep, thank you, I got it.
Okay, and then you'll open the folder at the very bottom, and then you'll select the detailed auditing policy. And go ahead and click on apply. Okay, and so you should see here that the detailed auditing policy is attached, and you can close this window. Okay, so now in your policy attachments portal, you should see detailed auditing. All right, so now everyone, if you start SOAP UI, let's first send our SOAP request. Okay, so you should already have in your project the account manager service. So if you go ahead and send a request now, you should go through the network director. So if you're going to go through the network director, it's going to be, I'll send you the URL here. It's going to, the network director HTTP URL is what I just sent in the chat window, and then you're going to append your context path. And if you're using HTTPS, it'll be 44 plus your context path. Okay, so now after you sent the request and you should have gotten a valid response back, let's go back to the Policy Manager console. And go ahead and open your provider services and your account manager virtual service, and then click on the monitoring sub-tab. Okay, you shouldn't see any alerts here, but if you go to the logs sub-tab under monitoring, you should see that you now have some data here. Okay, the reason why you're able to see that is because the detailed auditing policy has now been attached to that virtual service by virtue of attaching it at the organization level. Okay, so now let's go ahead and on that top level entry there, you can either double click or you can click on View Usage Record or Record Details. Okay, and you should see the usage detail content here. All right, so this is always a good way to see whether requests are going through the network director and have been forwarded to the physical service. Okay, because you can see here a couple things. One is you can see the next hop URL. So this is the physical service, right? And then you'll see down here is the SOAP fault. So if there was any type of error, is the SOAP fault coming from the next hop? If the next hop or your physical service is actually giving an error, then this would show up as true. Or if the error is actually coming from the network director, then this would show up as true and you would see actually an error message showing up when the response was, when the network director actually sent the response back. But you're able to... Yes?
The type of error message that you get from the physical service, how detailed is it? Is it just that service responded or did not respond, or do you get any more detail?
No, it'll return what the physical service actually returns to you, to the network director. The network director will be able to pass through whatever the physical service sends.
Okay, thank you.
So the other thing that you can see in viewing this is what we call the usage data. Is you can see the contract name. So this is the contract that was actually used to allow the invocation of this virtual service. Okay, now the next tab is what's called the Recorded Messages tab. So if you click on there, that tab, now because we're using detailed auditing, right, we're able to see information here in this Recorded Messages tab. And you can see that you're able to see the request. So this is the request payload and the response. So if we didn't use detailed auditing, and there's another policy that's called basic auditing, then if you're using basic auditing, you're only going to see this usage detail. If you're using detailed auditing, you're able to see the payload as well. And you'll see here in this tab, you can also show the raw format here. If you click on that checkbox, you're able to see the HTTP headers as well. All right, now if you remember yesterday, I was telling you that there's a way that you can actually view the payload information going from the network director to the physical service, right? Because this here is only showing us the communication between the consumer and the network director, and the network director, what the network director is sending back to the actual consumer. So if you want to trace the full path, okay, so let me just make sure that everyone hold on, let me just bring up one of the slides so I can show you. Okay, just even looking at this slide here. So when you look at the detailed auditing here, right, and we see these recorded messages where it says complete request and response, what that actually is showing you is the request going here to the network director and the response coming back from the network director back to SOAP UI. But if you want to actually trace not only just here from here to here, but also from the network director to the physical service, you can do that, but you have to do this on an operation by operation basis. Because the one thing that you have to remember when you use this detailed auditing, and why we recommend not using this in a production environment, but more for troubleshooting purposes and when you're just initially starting out, is because all this payload information and all this recorded data is actually being stored in the database. So if you have limitations in terms of how much data you can store in the database, of course you're not going to want to be storing all this payload information in the database, as that's going to take up and consume space in the database. So we recommend that you use the recorded or detailed auditing policy really for troubleshooting purposes. Okay, so now what we want to do is we want to be able to see the full request and response from the network director to the actual back-end service. So to do that, if we go back into the Policy Manager console, and if you click on, select the Operations sub-tab of your virtual service. Okay, and then what you're going to do is you're going to, hold on one second. For the list accounts operation on the right-hand side, you're going to pull down on the actions pull down, and you're going to select the action to manage routing. So select that manage routing action, and you can see that the first thing it's going to show is the physical service to which this virtual service is actually attached to. And then at the bottom right, go ahead and click on the next button. And then this is the operation that we're actually configuring. And go ahead and click on the next button at the bottom right. And to here in this screen, you'll see that there's, towards the middle of the page, there's an auditing requirements checkbox. And go ahead and check that option to audit messages between the virtual service and the next top service. And then on the bottom right, click on the Finish button. All right, and then go back into SOAP UI and send another request. Okay, and then go ahead and actually look at the usage data and the monitoring data. Click here on the monitoring sub-tab of the virtual service, and you should be in the logs. And then double-click on the last entry in that log, that usage log. Okay, so you should see the usage detail again, but now go to recorded messages. And you'll see now that the request, not only do you see the request, but you see the downstream request as well. So the application is from the SOAP UI to the network director, and downstream is from network director to the physical service. So now you can see exactly what is being sent in each hop or path along the way to the physical service.
Question.
Yes?
From an operational standpoint, do you ever see a requirement or a need in which folks would need to have detailed usage, like on indefinitely and record all of the payload, or is it only advised for troubleshooting?
No, I know of a couple customers that have been required to use detailed auditing, so that they're recording the payload, not the downstream payload, but just this application payload. But the majority of the customers don't do that. They may in their lower environments, so say in their QA or the development environment, have detailed auditing enabled, but in production, they won't be using it just because of the amount of traffic that they get in production and the load that it can put on the database to process and handle all that payload information.
Okay, and then one more question, just to be clear, the difference between downstream and application auditing?
Well, okay, so this application auditing, right, where you see these two records where it says application, this is part of the detailed auditing policy. So if you use a detailed auditing policy, you will get this application recorded record. So which is from the consumer to the network director, and from the network director back to the consumer. Okay, so if you use a detailed auditing policy, you will always get these two payload records being stored in the database for that particular request. The downstream, this here is optional, and we enabled that when we actually went to the virtual service and said we wanted to audit the messages between the virtual service and the physical service. So if you use detailed auditing, you're not going to get these two downstream recorded payloads. These actually came by enabling that on the virtual service. So if you use detailed auditing, you will only get two recorded entries, not these two here. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so whether you're using you're using a SOAP service or invoking a SOAP service, or whether you're invoking a RESTful service, it doesn't matter. You can use the auditing policies on either. So if you want to use the Google search service, now you'll see if you click on your virtual service here and you go to the details sub-tab of that virtual service, you'll see that the detailed auditing policy is also attached here on that virtual service because we attached it up here at the provider organization level. So you can then invoke that Google search service as well. And if you remember, here you're going to go to the actual, let's all try and do that. So you're going to go to, this you're going to use in a browser. So you'll have to go to this URL and enter your context path. So if you look at the access points, remember that gives you part of the context path for the virtual service. But how do we know what the rest is? We have to go here. If I look at the WSDL, I'm going to open this WSDL so I can show you this again. So here is where, for the RESTful services, I'm sending to this address location. And then for the operation, right, I have to send to /web. Okay, so you're going to attach /web to the actual context path that you have for that virtual service. And then the method is a GET, which we're using the browser to do the GET. Okay, and then you need a query string. Which I'll send in the chat. Right, so it'll be /web, and then the query string is version equals 1.0, and Q equals whatever you want to search on. Okay, so if you invoke that request, you should also see that when you go back to the Policy Manager console for your REST service, you go to monitoring. Now you should see in the monitoring logs, you should see that request actually recorded. And if you double click on that, you should see the usage detail. Right, so usage detail is this summary information, right, which comes from the basic auditing policy, but because we have detailed auditing, now we're able to see the payload. Okay, so we didn't have anything in the actual request payload, but if you click on the raw format, you can see the header. And then if you click on the response, again, you should see the response that it came back. Okay, so is that clear for everyone in terms of the policy attachment and what we just did here as far as the monitoring? Okay, so now what we're going to do is we're going to actually, before we go through the mediation use case here on this SOAP service, what I want to do is actually apply more security to this SOAP service and show you how you can build out the policy. Okay, so on this particular service, our SOAP service, what we're going to do is we want to now authenticate a user. So let me just go through a couple slides here. Okay, so this is what we want to, the use case that we actually want to do and or set up. So here from the consumer to our virtual service, we want to actually authenticate the user using a WS Security username password. Okay, and then send the request to the physical service. So what we have to do in order to do that is we have to build a policy on this virtual service that first requires that when this consumer sends a request to the virtual service, they send in a username over transport. They send in a username and password in a WS security header, and that we also authenticate that username that's actually being sent into the network director. So in order to do that, we can use some operational policies that are actually supplied out of the box. Okay, so when we ship with Policy Manager, we ship with several WS security policies that are shipped out of the box. And those policies are common scenarios in terms of policies that customers use that you can tweak based on your specific use case. And so what we recommend is that when you use those out-of-the-box policies, that you treat them as a template. You can make copies of that template, and then you can modify them based on your requirements, and then use your modified template to apply to the services that you want to actually secure. So when I just will show you then the policies that are actually shipped out of the box. Sorry. So out of the box, when you look under that operational policies folder where we were able to select the detailed auditing policy, there are other policies that are shipped out of the box, and these are policy templates. And those policy templates really provide a wide range of WS security use cases that we have found that customers have actually used in their implementation, and you can use these and modify them. Okay, so the one that we're going to actually use is called username over transport. And this requires that the client send in a WS security username token. And we'll use that, copy it, and modify it based on the use case that we want to implement, which is end user authentication. Okay, so in order to do this and to set up the use case that we want to set up, what we're going to do is in the Policy Manager console, so go ahead and open the Policy Manager console and go to the very bottom of the org tree and go ahead and open the policies folder and go ahead and open the operational policies folder. So here you should see these are all the out-of-the-box policies that we ship with the product. You'll see that some of them are folders and the basic and detailed auditing policies are not folders. That's because the policies that are folders require multiple policies in order to implement the type of security that's required, WS security that's required for that particular policy. So if you look at the username over transport folder, if you click on that, you'll see that there's, and click on the first entry in the folder, you see that there's first a binding, so how are you going to do the transport? And then there's also, if you click on part 2, you'll see the token that will be sent over that transport that you're actually configuring. So all of these policies are based on the WS security specification, and because that specification is so complex, that's why we created these policies, because by changing a particular field or property to something else, it can actually cause the policy to break. And so by using and having these policy templates to work with, you know that you have a working policy, and then you can make the changes as required based on your use case. And in most cases, you don't have to tweak very much. Use these policy templates. Okay, so we're going to use the username over transport policy, and instead of using just this template, what we're going to do is we're going to create a copy of this template, and we're going to move it into our organization. So everyone will have their own username over transport policy. Okay, so if you select that username over transport policy, the main folder, you'll see on the right-hand side in the Actions portlet, there's a copy policy, which is the second option down, a copy policy link. Go ahead and click on that copy policy and enter a key. Now, this key is going to have to be unique, so go ahead and enter whatever you want to enter in that policy name. And the same for the transport, the policy key and the policy name. The key has to be unique. The policy name is just what's going to be displayed in the tree. So go ahead and make that whatever you want to make that, just so you can identify your own policy. And in the description here, the description has to be 256 characters, and so I think this is going to be too long, at least in Oracle I know it is. So go ahead and just delete part of the description, or all of it if you want. And you can enter your own. Okay, and once you have this policy created, go ahead and click on Apply. Okay, so you should see your policy folder there. And then once you have that policy folder, you're going to click on your own policy and you're going to say Change Organization, and you're going to move that policy into your organization. When you're done with that, go ahead and click on Finish. Okay, so go ahead and open up that operational policy, that username, your username policy, and click on the Part 2 of that policy. So the Part 2 actually tells us what type of tokens we're expecting in this policy. So you can see that here it's expecting that we send in a username token, and that the subject category here is end user. So the subject category is important when we actually start setting up a different type of contract. But right now we can say that we're going to be authenticating the end user. So you'll see that the subject category is used in several places and several other policies. And when you're using those, you have to make sure that those subject categories match based on the actual use case and that you're implementing. And as we go through this use case, you will see how this subject category becomes important. Right now, it's just important to understand that this subject category is set to end user, meaning that we are looking for the username token for a particular end user. Okay, so again, just like we had to attach the detailed auditing policy to our service in order to implement that policy, we're going to have to do the same for this particular policy. So if you open up your provider services and you select your account manager virtual service, and click on the detailed sub-tab of that virtual service. Now, we don't want to attach that WS security policy at the organization level because remember, it gets inherited by all the services in that organization. If we attach that there, that means that if we send a REST request to the Google search service, that it's going to require that we send in a username password token, which is not really possible because this is a RESTful service. All right, so we're going to click on the virtual service and we're going to go into the policy attachments portlet, and you're going to click on that operational policy and the manage link there. Okay, and if you open up your organization and open up your policies folder, and then the operational policies, you should see your username policy there. Okay, so go ahead and click on the username policy and click on apply. Okay, so now we have both the detailed auditing and the username policy. So go ahead and go into SOAP UI and now try and send a request to list accounts. And you should see then that the request failed, right? Because now we have that WS security policy attached to that virtual service. So now what we have to do is we need to configure SOAP UI to send in the WS security header. So if you're using SOAP UI, if you go down here into the request properties on the bottom left, you'll see that there's a username field as a property. You can go ahead and just enter anything. And then there should be a WSS password type. You're going to select password text. And then this policy requires that you send in a timestamp as well, a WS security timestamp. So you can just enter anything in the timestamp, any number. So I just entered 60 seconds. Okay, and now go ahead and send the request. Okay, so the request should have actually gone through now. All right, so now let's go ahead and look at the monitoring data for the request that we just sent. Okay, go here to your Account Manager Virtual Service and click on the Monitoring subtab. Okay, so if you're on the logs, the monitoring logs, first of all, let's look at the error that you got. So that should be the second one down from the top. If you double click on that, okay, you should see that this is saying missing WSS security header. And because we're using detailed auditing, we can look at the recorded message. So here you can see that here's the request, and then the fault that came back from the network director. So there was no WS security token available, and if you look in the request, there is none that was sent. And because we have that policy attached, which requires that, it's sending us the faults back. Now, if you go to the successful request that you just sent, the top one, and go ahead and look at the recorded messages. So now you should be able to see the full request that came in from SOAP UI. So you can see that the timestamp is actually added. So when we said we wanted to add the timestamp, that's added. And then also you can see the username and the password token was also added in the SOAP header. Okay, so because that was added, the network director allows you to be able to, or will process that request. Now, if you look then at the downstream, you can see that the network director actually stripped off all those WS security headers because it terminates the WS security at the network director and sent it to the downstream service without any of the WS security header information there. Okay, but if you notice, when you sent this request in, you can put anything in the username password, right? And the request will still go through. I could just put in here a bogus username, right? And the request still goes through. Because all this policy that I have attached to this virtual service is doing is just validating that you are sending in a WS security username, password, and timestamp token in the WS security header. If you actually want to authenticate the user that's being sent in this actual request and in the header, the WS security header, you have to create an authentication policy to do that. So now what we're going to do is we're going to create another operational policy that will authenticate the user that we're sending here in this WS security header. Okay, so now you're going to go to your organization and open up the operational policies folder where you have your username policy created. And you're going to add a policy. So on the right-hand side, you're going to click on Add Policy. Now, in the Add Policy pull-down, you'll see there are these various different types of policies that you can add, one of which is an authentication policy. So you're going to select Authentication Policy and go ahead and click on Next and give that policy a name. And also a key. This key can be anything, but it has to be unique as well. Okay, and go ahead and click on Finish. Oh, sorry. So the policy key has to be a UDDI key. So you have to, if you're going to use your own key, you have to say UDDI : and then whatever your policy name is, or you can just leave it blank and the policy manager will create it. Okay, and then go ahead and click here on Close. So here you have your authentication policy. Now you'll see you have the overview, which you can modify to change the name or description. But what's important here is where it says authentication policy in that portlet, there's a modify link underneath there. Go ahead and click on the modify link because we need to actually create the authentication policy. Okay, so you'll see here, this is where it shows you the subject category. So if you remember our username, in our username policy, the subject category was set to end user. So if we're going to authenticate the user in this username policy, then we have to make sure that the subject category that we're using in the username policy is the same as the one that we're using in the authentication policy. So you want to check then the subject category as end user. And then you can see here that you can choose the domains from which you want to authenticate the user. So you can authenticate users in the local policy manager's database, or you could authenticate users that are coming from an external domain. So an LDAP domain, it could be from Active Directory. You could actually configure the domains that you want to actually authenticate users from. So we'll select both of these domains, and you can move them over to the right-hand side. The training domain is actually an LDAP domain. Okay, so your authentication policy should now be configured. And you can then attach that policy to your account manager virtual service. Okay, so you're going to go to your provider services organization, open up the services folder, select your account manager virtual service. From the details subtab, go to the policy attachments portlet and click on the manage link across from the operational policy. And then you're going to open up under your organization, the main policies folder, and you're going to also select your authentication policy that you just created. And go ahead and click on Apply. Okay, so now we're going to go back to SOAP UI. And just go ahead and send in any username now. Right? If I use this username that used to work, and I was able to send a request through, you should now get an authentication error because there's no user defined in either the local policy manager's domain or in the training domain with Cheryl 22222. Okay, so now if you actually put in the username field, put your student name in there, your admin ID. And then send the request. The request should actually go through and the response should come back. Okay, so what has happened now is that when the request went to your virtual service, not only did it look for the WS security header in the actual content of the request, but it took that username that was in that WS security header, because we attached the authentication policy, and verified that that user actually existed in the domains that we had configured in that authentication policy. So because the admin users exist in the training domain, which is our LDAP server, the request was able to, the user was actually authenticated, and the request was actually able to go through the network director and be returned by the policy manager, or by the network director to SOAP UI. So now if you go back into the policy manager console and select your virtual service and the monitoring subtab, now if we look at the last request that you sent, when you look at the usage logs, you should see in the usage logs an end user identity. About halfway down, there's an end user identity, and that's the user that was actually authenticated. So if the authentication was successful, because we have the subject category as being end user, the end user identity will show up here in the actual usage data, and you'll be able to see the authenticated user. Okay, so this whole logic applies for any of the authentication, any type of authentication that you want to do, whether it's an X509 certificate that you're using to do authentication, whether it's a SAML assertion, all of it, the method in which you, and the process by which you create these policies and authenticate the users is the same. You need to define a policy that defines the token that you're going to pass in that you want to authenticate, and then you need to define an authentication policy to actually tell the network director that you want to not only look for that token in the request, but you want to actually authenticate that identity that's being sent in the request. Okay, does that make sense for everyone?
Shall I one thing?
Yes?
Instead of a domain, we need to have a local domain user account, because we have a requirement for one of the applications. We need to have a local domain user created and give those information to the client, and they will send the message with that one. So we should create a local user account first.
Right. So if you're using the local domain, all users from the local domain actually get created here would show up here in the security tab. So here in the security tab, if you look within the local domain, you can add users here. So if you were going to use a user in the local domain, so I'll just create one here. This user would be in the local domain. So now I could actually send in my request using that user. So whether that user is from the local domain or whether the user is from an external domain, it doesn't matter. Now, if you're going to use some type of signature verification, you're using X509 certificates, then for these users, right, you're going to need to upload their PKI keys. So whether the user, so if you're using any type of signature verification or X509, whether that user is a local user or whether that user exists in an external domain, those keys need to be in the policy manager. So you will always need to go into the policy manager for that particular user, and you're going to have to use this manage keys option to either import their keys or generate their keys.
Cheryl, I mean, can we hook up our custom authenticator for these things?
Sorry?
Can we hook up the custom authenticators? I mean, if we want to do the authentication by our own way, I mean, if we want to write any other our custom authenticator.
So when you say custom authentication, how are you sending something, a special header in the SOAP request, or is it
yes.
HTTP?
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, these are the authenticators which is already provided, maybe domain authenticator or local domain authenticators. So if we want to redirect to our authenticators, like we want to hook up our authenticator and select that authenticator as the configuration.
Oh, okay. So and that identity system that has your users in it, where you want to authenticate from, what kind of identity system is it? Is it Active Directory?
It could be. No, yeah, it may be certain LDAPs. Maybe we need to do our own custom authentication. Maybe I need to check with one LDAP and it has to have certain requirements based on certain logic. So I need to put all those things in authentication. So in that case, we need to write our own custom authenticators to achieve that functionality. So if we write, I mean, is there any option to write and hook up our custom authenticators to?
Yes, I mean, you could create your own authentication handler in terms of actually creating your own policy. So yeah, I mean, what is the procedure to create, like, where can we get that information, how to create our authentication handler and hook up that handler to this one? Okay, so here, if you look in the policy manager installation, here under samples, you will see that there are various different samples here. Okay, one of which is a security provider. So here you could actually look at, this is how you would build a security provider, which is really what these policies are. So here's these samples you can actually compile and use these as samples to build your own type of security provider so you can do your custom authentication. Okay, so here in the samples, and you'll see in the doc, this I think is the full. There is all the full Java doc for and here, though, is the, I don't know what, oh, here. So here's the whole Java doc for those particular samples that are actually there. So you have access to the Java doc, and then you, in the samples, there you have the actual sample code. I could see there's some data power there's some data power examples here which don't come with standard with the product. It's because here we have data power actually installed.
Okay. So we need to write this, and maybe you can have some configuration steps to attach that policy to the main source software, right?
Yeah, so it would be very similar, right? So once you have your security provider, then you would do this. You would do the same thing. So your security provider, right? The security provider is when you configure these identity systems here, right? Because you're saying we have local domain, you have training domain. So you would add here. It would show up here. You'd see some other, your own security provider.
Yes, right. Yeah. My question is how to. There will be. Maybe there will be some steps how to get that my security authenticator in this list works.
Oh, okay. But see that when you look at the samples, right? There's one for the provider as well as for the UI.
Okay.
So the UI shows you how to get it into here.
Okay. Yeah, got it.
Okay, so let's do those, and if you have other questions, just send us email, and we can help you go through that.
Yeah, thank you.
Cheryl, are those custom policies, or do they add some new feature into Policy Manager?
Those would be custom policies. So in a way, yes, it would add new feature because it's adding your own custom identity system. So you would have to modify this code for. This is just a sample of how to build it. So you would have to modify it so that it could integrate with your security provider, whatever it may be. Okay, if you want a custom policy, so that means like an operational security policy, then you would have to use this sample, which actually shows you how to build a policy, not an identity system. So this is more like an identity system or security provider, and this is for a handler which actually handles if you wanted to create some type of new authentication way in which you're going to authenticate the users, then you would have to modify this particular or use this particular sample as a baseline to create the new policy. So it's not, in terms of features, do you mean like features that you add from the admin console?
I just wondered if it was a custom policy or if it was some other mechanism. So it sounds like there's some of both there.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. And Cheryl, do we have any documentation which highlights these kind of things?
No. The only documentation we have really is the Java doc and this sample code.
Okay.
So I would suggest, for those of you who do want to or do need some type of customization or some type of custom policies, I would suggest looking through this sample code in here with the Java doc, and if you have questions, and actually try and get this to work, right? So this sample logging handler, this actually allows you to create a sample policy that logs the information to a log file. Okay, so if you can get these, once you understand these, if you need help in terms of actually then expanding it or even just need some recommendations on, okay, how do I go about modifying this so that I can perform my particular use case, then let us know, and then we can set up a call to go through that with you and help you actually build those components or customization.
Sure. Yes, sure. Thank you.
Okay, are there any other questions so far?
Shirley, can you go back to your SOAP UI?
Sure.
I'm still getting the missing required element in double security. And what parameters did you change on the left-hand side? You gave it a username, password, and there was another thing which you provided.
Okay, so let's first see, what's your organization?
It's oneshudge.org. Second left. The one before this. Yeah.
Okay.
Go
So
to input it.
Look under here. So the first thing is, these type of things are very good in terms of helping us troubleshoot. So you're getting a message, an error message. So let's look at, okay, no username element found. So if we look here in the recorded message, right, so you can see that that the timestamp's being sent, but there's no username. So that means when you go here into SOAP UI, right, you need to specify a username, a password, and then when it says WSF password type, make sure you select password text there.
Oh, I see. I think I missed that part. I think it goes through now. Thanks.
Okay. All right. So now that we have our policies working on our SOAP service, the next thing that we're going to do is we're actually going to add a REST interface to our SOAP service. So we could send a SOAP request if we wanted to our virtual service, or we could actually send a REST request as well. Okay, so we're going to go through the steps in terms to set up this type of mediation, because this is a very common scenario in terms of mediation, where people have SOAP back-end services and they want to expose them as REST. So let me just go through the slide here. Okay, so I'm just going to go through a couple slides to help go through that. So if we want to do REST to SOAP, SOAP to REST, what we have to do is we need to create additional binding. And in our case, we have a SOAP binding, right, for our account manager service. We need to create an HTTP binding for this particular, for our account manager service. So we're going to create an HTTP binding, and once we create that HTTP binding, then we're going to need to actually attach that HTTP binding to the virtual service, to our account manager virtual service. So this will actually then allow the account manager to be able to accept both SOAP and HTTP requests. Okay, so here you do this, you'll see for the virtual service there's this interface and bindings, and then you have the ability to manage those interface and bindings for the virtual service. Okay, so then you'll enable the HTTP binding, and in order to actually deploy the HTTP binding and expose it on the network director, you have to create a new context path for that actual HTTP binding. So we'll have to go to the network director and we'll create another context path. So right now we could have our SOAP HTTP, SOAP HTTPS, and we could we'll have a third context path, which would be our REST or HTTP binding and context path. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to take our account manager SOAP service. We're going to create an HTTP binding, and just like when we created the Google search service, for each of those operations, we have to define the method. Is it going to be a GET? Is it going to be a POST? What type of method are we going to use in order to retrieve the data? What type of content are we expecting to send and expecting to be returned to the client? So for list accounts, we're going to return JSON, okay, to the client. Now, if you remember, in SOAP UI, all the responses that are coming back from the account manager service, they're all XML, right? So we're actually not only going to take that SOAP response that's coming back and convert it to a REST response, but we're also going to change the actual message content from XML to, and for the other operations, we can make those all posts. Okay, so we're going to actually start doing this in the Policy Manager console. Okay, so we'll create our HTTP binding for our virtual service, for Account Manager Virtual Service. So we do that, to create that binding, we have to actually do that from the Configure tab. So from the main Configure tab on the top right-hand side, you'll see that you're in the registry and that there's a sub-tab called Binding. Okay, and at the bottom right, you'll see that you can actually add a binding. So you're going to click on Add Binding. Now here, you're going to have to search for your account manager binding. So if you remember, when we all created our bindings, we created specific bindings. I said use your student ID. So if you search on AM, for instance, you can see here in the interfaces, there are a bunch of AMs. So you should be able to see your binding in this pull down. Sorry, your interface. So you select your interface, and then go ahead and click on Next. Okay, so here you should see the namespace, and then you should see your binding, right? It should say AM, whatever your ID was, and then binding. Here, though, we're going to add to the binding HTTP. And the binding type, if you pull down, you can see these are the various different types of bindings you can create. But we want to create an HTTP binding because we already have our SOAP binding.
Cheryl, one more question. I mean, do we have like a JMS kind of binding during the mediation? I mean, in fact, like sending that as a messages. I mean,
yeah, but actually, for that, you would create the JMS. Yeah, there's not a binding type here, but you can do HTTP into the network director and JMS out.
I mean, basically what I'm saying, I mean, what I'm trying to visualize is like I want to send a message just through the JMS, so that I mean, like HTTP or so I mean, web service, I need to send a messages through the JMS and perform the actions.
Okay, why don't you, during the break, just send me, we can talk about that.
Yeah, fine. Yeah, okay, maybe I'll just note on all these questions and send it to you.
Yes, that would be great.
Thanks.
Okay, so here we take HTTP and go ahead and click on Next. So here, just like when we defined the Google search service, for every single operation, we need to define the method, the URI, which is the resource where this service actually exists, or where the operation exists, and then the input, the output, and the false content if we want to define that. Okay, so the first operation you can see up here is list accounts. So we're going to do a get. So in this URI, this will be what do we want to append to the actual context path for this virtual service to identify that it's list accounts. So in this case, I'll just say list account. So I'll specify, do a get on my context path / list account, and it'll invoke this particular operation. Okay, and the input type, since it's a get, we can just select here any. And the output content type, which is the content type that's going to come back to the consumer, we'll select application JSON. Okay, and for get balance, let's do a post. And in the URI syntax, you can say get balance / get balance. And then for the rest of these, we'll just make these application / XML for the input, and for the output, application / XML. So just go ahead and do the same for all for the rest of the operations, make the method post. The URI syntax will be, this one will be transfer, and we'll make it application XML for the input and output. Withdraw will be a post. The URI syntax will be /withdraw, and then we'll have application XML for the input and output. And finally, for deposit will be a post. Okay, and when you're done, you can go ahead and click on Finish. Okay, so you should have your binding created, your HTTP binding created. So the next thing we need to do is we need to attach that binding to the existing virtual service. So we're going to go back to the Workbench tab, and you're going to select your virtual service. And go to the Details subtab, and you'll see in the Service Overview portlet, there's this Interfaces and Bindings. You should have a Manage link there in order to actually change and add the HTTP binding. Now, if you don't have a Manage link here, it is probably because you have the virtual service set to act as a proxy to the physical service. So if you were to make changes to this physical service, it would get propagated to the virtual service. So if you look at the Google search virtual service, you'll see that there's no Manage link there. And the reason is because when we created that virtual service, we said we wanted it to act as a proxy, so in which case you can't add the new interfaces and bindings when the virtual service is set to act as a proxy. You would have to modify this to allow you to be able to do such type of mediation so that you can add the new binding to this particular service. But because when we created our virtual service, our account manager virtual service, we didn't create it as a proxy, that's why you're able to see this Manage link. So go ahead and click on that Manage link by the Interfaces and Bindings. And it should bring up your interface on the right-hand side. And you just click on Next here in this screen at the bottom. And then you should see that your SOAP binding is checked and that there's now an HTTP binding that you can check. So go ahead and click that HTTP binding and click on Finish. Okay, so now if you click on that little arrow to the left at Interfaces and Bindings, you should see that you have both a SOAP 1.1 and an HTTP binding for that particular virtual service. Okay, and the last thing that we have to do is we need to actually create a context path for that new HTTP binding that we created. So in order to create the context path, we have to go down here to the containers, the main containers folder at the very bottom of the org tree. So go ahead and open that container folder, and you should see the training cluster. And click on that training cluster. And in order to add a new context path, we have to go here to Hosted Services. And from here, you should be able to find your service. But don't click on this, on the service itself. We're going to need to pull down on the actions on the right-hand side. So go ahead and find your service. Okay, and once you've found your service, on the right-hand side, pull down on the actions and select the option to modify the virtual service. So here's where you can now enable and disable the bindings. So if you wanted to not allow any SOAP requests to go through, you could uncheck those SOAP bindings, and then you can check, if you look down the screen, you can check the REST or HTTP binding. So go ahead and check the HTTP bindings. You can check both if you want, HTTP and HTTPS. And for each of these, you have to give a port name. So the port name, again, has to be unique. So I'll just say AM30 REST HTTP and HTTPS. Okay, once you've done that, go ahead and click on Next. So here's where you have to add the context path. So make sure now when you look at these, because they'll go through each individual one, make sure you look at the binding type. So this is your SOAP binding for HTTPS, your SOAP binding for HTTP, and now you'll have your REST HTTP binding. So here you're going to add a context path for the REST service. And then next again, so this one will be for HTTP. Okay, go ahead and click on Finish when you're done. Okay, so now we have our HTTP bindings on our virtual service. So we should now, if you go to the virtual service though, go to your organization and look at your account manager virtual service. Because we're sending in REST requests, we're going to have to take off the authentication policy and the WS security policy, because we can't, we are no longer sending in SOAP requests. Okay, so you're going to have to go to the operational policy and the policy attachments portlet for your virtual service and click on that Manage link, and you're going to uncheck your authentication and your username policy. And go ahead and click on Apply. Okay, so now The first request we're going to send is our GET request for list accounts. So again, in order to send that request, we could actually use the browser. And if you click on the access points for your virtual service, you should see the access points that are available over HTTP. Right here, the binding type of HTTP. So you're going to use this access point / whatever you added for the context path or the URL for list accounts when you created that HTTP binding. Okay, so if you're going to use HTTP, let me just put this in the chat window again.
Shelly, could you please just go back one slide and show that to detach the policy?
Oh, okay, one sec. Okay, to detach the policy, you're actually going to go to the details. Okay, and then you're going to go here to the policy attachments portlet and click here on the manage link by the operational policies. And then you select your organization where the policies exist and just uncheck them. Got it?
Okay, one second. Okay, yeah, got it. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, so now what we're going to do is in the browser, you're going to either use HTTP or HTTPS, whatever you used when you created that HTTP binding. And we're going to do a GET on our account manager service. So you need the access point. So you need the context path for the HTTP access point. So here mine is AM30 REST HTTP. And then the URI that I use for list accounts is list accounts. Now, how do I find out what if I forgot what that was? The best thing to do is to just look at the WSDL here. So if you look here in the WSDL and you go down here, here's your HTTP binding. So you should see that the method for list accounts is GET, and I'm using /list accounts, which is equivalent to the operation, and I need to send to this particular context path. So the context path plus the location and the method allows me to get the information. Okay, so you should receive then the response back.
Cheryl, why don't we get XML instead of JSON?
Oh, you know what? I think what we had to do is in the input serialization should be application JSON here, because the input serialization is what the client will send what it's expecting to be received in the response. So the input serialization, this has changed a little from in 6.0 because we were able to use output serialization. So this actually should be application JSON. So what we'll do is we'll actually update the service, so I could show you how you update the service. So we change this to application JSON, and we get the JSON response.
I may be missing one thing here. Would it be better to just virtualize a new virtual access point rather than to remove the authentication policy in order to allow for the REST service? Because doesn't that sort of defeat the point? So in other words, should we have a separate virtual service for REST as opposed to trying to do it all here?
Well, yeah, but the thing is that this service, right? You could create another virtual service, but no matter what, you're going to need to do mediation, some type of mediation. Really, what you would do, I mean, in a case like this, is you would just remove the SOAP binding, so that when you look at this service, it's not even really exposed to the consumer as a SOAP service.
Right. Okay.
But we're keeping our SOAP service so that we can add more, so that we can send both SOAP requests as well as REST requests. Okay, so actually, what I want to do is change, because I do want to show you the message mediation. So I'm going to show you how you can change and update this service. Okay, so see on the right-hand side in the Actions portlet for the virtual service, you have this Update Service option. Let me make sure you... Oh, see, I can't do it from here. Yeah, you can only update the service from... See, I can't update my virtual service. The only way I can update it is to actually use a WSDL. So I'd have to download the WSDL, change it, and then upload it again in order to get that JSON content returned. But what I'll do is we'll take a break and I'll actually modify the service so that I'll modify this virtual service so that at least you can see how the JSON content comes back. And then when we come back, we'll do a post so that I could show you how you can send the REST request as a post to the account manager service. Okay. I figured this one out. So when we were sending the request, right, from the browser, the reason why it's returned as XML is if we look at the content that's being sent by the browser. So if you look at your monitoring data, in the recorded messages, you'll see that the browser is sending this accept header. So when the browser is sending the accept header, it's actually telling you what type of content it can accept. It is not accepting application JSON. Right, but if I use another client, so I use Fiddler here, and I send to my to the list account, when I get the response back, I will get it back as JSON, because if you look at my header now, I'm saying that as a client, I can accept application JSON responses. So now when the request actually, or the response actually comes back, it gets converted from here's what's being sent to XML into JSON. So I actually did not have to modify the WSDL. So I just used a different client and used the accept header to tell the network director what type of content as a consumer I'm expecting the response to be returned to me as.
What is the other client, Cheryl, you used?
I use Fiddler.
Okay.
But there's a bunch of clients. Like there's even a REST plugin for Firefox that you can use. There's all different types of clients that you can use. I've used Squid. Okay, so now, what if we want to do a post? Okay, so post, if we look at our SOAP UI, so say we want to do get balance, right? When we send a SOAP request to the service, we can't just send in anything. We have to actually send in an account ID. So in order to send in a REST request, we're going to need to, we're actually going to have to send in we're going to have to send in this XML content with the actual account ID sent in the post. Okay, so in SOAP UI, you can use SOAP UI to actually send REST requests. So if you go here to your training or to your project, and you can to your account manager project, you can add a REST service. So you can say new REST service and give it a name. And the endpoint. So that would be your REST context path. So whether it's HTTP or HTTPS. And then your context path. So the network director listener plus the context path. Okay, that's the endpoint. Add a new resource, and the resource is actually going to be the operation. And then click next, and then the method is get found, and it would be a post. Okay, if you get instead of a post, you'd get a 404 error returned back to you. Okay, so here in the full path, you should see your the network director should be up here at the endpoint, and in the full path, you should see your context path plus the operation. Okay, but in order to send the request, so if you try and send this request now, you'll get an error returned to you because there's no content in the actual request. Right, so what we have to do is we have to build our XML, and I'll actually just send you okay, so if you look in the chat window, right, you always have to specify the namespace. So I give the operation name, just like what we have to do here when we send the SOAP request. Sorry. Whether you send the SOAP request here or whether you send the XML, you need to define the namespace. So here you can see I need to define this, take this namespace here for my get balance and define that here in the actual XML payload. So now if I send the post, I should get the response back. And it'll come back as just XML. Okay, so for any of the other operations, so basically you have to know something about your SOAP implementation in order to build the REST request for that particular service. Okay, and then if you look in the policy manager again, if we look at our virtual service, you should see the get balance operation invoked. And if you look at the recorded messages, you should see the recorded detail.
Cheryl, I'm not getting the response. I'm getting like data content type null and content length equals to 0. What could be the wrong?
What's your organization?
Yeah, it's IDDU. I think the fourth or fifth from the last. Yeah, that one.
So I don't see, did you send any requests through?
Yep, I'm sending it. See, now also, yeah, send one more request.
But if I look here, there's...
I got that error when I had the URL wrong, and it was just a matter of an uppercase letter where I had specified a lowercase.
Oh,
Cheryl
so
had,
you're getting it in SOAP UI.
yes.
Oh, yeah, you definitely have to make sure that this path is correct.
Okay.
Okay?
Yeah,
So,
I'll look.
So basically we've seen, right, the registration of 3 different types of services. One is you can register a SOAP service, you can register a REST service, and you can do mediation between REST and SOAP. So now what we're gonna look at is, and through this whole process, right, and the invocation of those services, we've been using what is called an anonymous contract. So now what I'm going to show you is, what if you don't want to use an anonymous contract and you have business partners that you want to actually allow access to specific services? So we're going to talk about a different type of contract aside from anonymous contract and look at the differences between those contracts. So let me just go. Okay, so when we initially created our account manager service, we had to create what is called an anonymous contract. And we saw that if we did not have a contract in place, then we could not send a request to the managed service. So within the policy manager, any service that is managed must have a contract in place to consume the service. Okay, so as a service provider, you can offer contracts to your consumers, or as a consumer, you could request a contract from a provider to consume a service. So by default, we have contract workflow in place, and as we saw, when you create the contract, then you need to actually approve that contract in order to activate it and make it something that allows the service to be consumed. Okay, so the default state as far as the contracts go are when you create a contract, it goes into a draft state. So you can either reject the draft or you can actually accept the draft. Once the draft and approve it is approved, the contract is activated and you can start consuming the services. Once a contract is in place, so it's been activated, then you can start a new version. You can make required changes to that particular version of the contract, and then you can approve the contract and activate it again, and in which case you'll have a new version of the contract reflecting those changes. Okay, when a contract is in draft state or you create a new version, you can make changes to the contract. Once a contract is activated, you can't make any changes to that contract.
Sure, I have a question on that one. So if we have a different versions of the contract and we want to go back to an older version, is it okay to go back and activate that contract?
No, you can't. The older versions are there for just being able to view the changes that have been made, but you cannot go back and use an older version of the contract. So you would have to create a new version that was the same as that older version. But you can go back and look and see what configuration was in the older version of the contract, but you can't actually implement it. Okay, so when you create a contract, there are three pieces of information that need to be included as part of the contract. One is you define the services that are available to the consuming organization. You define the consumer identities that are authorized to access the services that are being offered as part of that contract. And the third and optional piece is you define the QoS policies that you want to apply to that contract between the consumer and the service provider. Now, within the policy manager, you can define two types of contracts: an anonymous contract, or what we call an authorization contract. So let's look at the differences between the two. So an anonymous contract allows any consumer to access the provider services that are defined as part of the contract. So in our case, for our use case, we created an anonymous contract, and we didn't do any type of authentication on those users that were going to actually be using our contract. We just allowed anyone to be able to use the contract. Say for an authorization contract, this is more stringent in that it requires that you define consumer identities that are allowed to invoke the services that you include as part of the contract. Okay, so here you can see that now you're defining within these consuming organizations identities or applications, or these could be business partners, that are allowed to actually invoke the service that you have included as part of the contract. So here you can, with an authorization contract in place now, you can actually attach quality of service policies to this contract between this specific consumer and the specific organization or provider, and ensure that that consumer or that business partner, their quality of service agreement is actually being met based on the contract that's defined between the consumer and the provider. Okay, and then if you're using and collecting usage data or using the basic auditing policy to collect usage data, then you will be able to now filter the data based on the contract that you've created between this consumer and this provider. So here are a couple of use cases that show how an authorization contract can be used between a consumer and a providing organization. Okay, so in this case, we have an end user that logs into a portal. And when they log into this portal, they're authenticated. So this portal could be like a travel portal. So they go to this travel portal or this airline portal. They log in and they get authenticated on the portal. But then they want to look up their flight information. And in order to look up their flight information, this portal application actually has to invoke a service on a back-end server. The actual invocation of this service is done by this application, and when the application actually invokes the service that's hosted here on the network director, it sends in its application ID and its password. This network director now, we have an authorization contract defined for this particular application and for this particular service. So we need to verify that first, that this application ID is a valid ID and authenticated against the policy manager. And then once we validate that it is a valid application ID and is authenticated, then we can authorize that application ID based on this authorization contract to invoke the service. Because within this authorization contract, we have configured the service that application ID is allowed to invoke. Now, an authorization contract, by nature of the fact that it's an authorization contract, requires that you have some type of authentication policy. So you have to be using or sending in this application ID that comes in has to be sent in some manner in which you can actually authenticate it. So you could be using username over password, you could be using basic auth, but as long as you're passing in some type of credentials so that this network director can authenticate those credentials, then once those credentials are authenticated, the authorization contract implicitly will authorize that particular application ID to invoke this service. Okay, so when you use an authorization contract, you must have an authentication policy and a method of authenticating those credentials that do come in. Another use case for using an authorization contract is if you have business partners. So you have multiple business partners that are invoking your service, and you want to create contracts for each of those business partners. So you create 3 different contracts, even though all these business partners are invoking the same service. So you create these 3 different contracts, you authenticate the application IDs that they're sending in or their business partner IDs at the virtual service, and the contract will allow them to authorize them to invoke this virtual or invoke the physical service. Now, again, these contracts that are in place imply that you're doing authorization, so you can see that there's no authorization policy here on the virtual service. Now, the advantage of actually setting up these 3 different contracts for this single physical service is that now you can actually, when you collect the usage data, you can actually see which business partners are invoking the service based on their contract, because the contract information is actually collected as part of the usage data. Okay, so when you create a contract, just like when we created our anonymous contract, you'll create a contract, you give a time frame of expiration, and instead of selecting the bottom option, you'll select the top option, which is the default, where you're going to authorize an application or consumer organization. Okay, you select the provider organization, so the provider, that organization that's providing the service. And in the case of an authorization contract, you select the consuming organization. And then again, once the contract is created, you have to activate that contract. Now, when you define the contract scope, you'll notice that the scope, again, is defined by the services, the consuming identities, and optionally quality of service policies. So here, when you define the scope, if you have this top-level organization selected, then any new service that you add to this organization will automatically be included as part of the contract. You don't need to create a new contract if a new service is added. If you limit the scope to a particular service or operations in that service, then that contract is tied to only that service and the operations that are part of that service. So if you add a new service to your organization, then you're going to need to create a new contract for that service that was added to the organization. Okay, for an authorization contract, then you need to also create identities in the consuming organization. So for an authorization contract, remember, an authorization contract could be a business partner, it could be an application, and in which case, in that consuming organization, you're going to need to define those application IDs or those business partner IDs that are allowed to be able to consume your service. Now, when you create these identities or you identify the consuming application, business partners, or identities, then those identities can actually be configured in the policy manager's local domain, or they can be from an external LDAP domain.
Cheryl, could we use the roles here, Active Directory roles, instead of only usernames?
No.
As identities?
No, you can't. You have to use the actual identity.
So there's no way that we can configure the roles in anywhere in SOA software?
No, you can't use external authorization rules for an LDAP identity system. Now, if you're using something like SiteMinder, or if you're using Oracle Access Manager, you could. We have option packs that allow you to be able to do external authorization against those identity systems. So in that case, you could.
Okay, and another question is that if we change the version of a contract, will this be automatically updated on all the services that are using this contract?
Yes.
So automatically, if it's suppose it goes to version 1 to version 2, so all services will show that they're using the contract version 2.0, right?
Yes. If all those services are part of contract version 1, then yes, if you update that contract to version 2, all those services will show that version 2 is being used for, version 2 of the contract is being used.
Okay.
So here you would add the identities to the scope of the contract. And with identities, it works in the same manner that if you have an organization selected, then if you add another identity to that organization, it will automatically be updated in the contract. You don't need to start a new version. If you want to limit the scope to only a particular identity or a set of identities, then if you add a new identity, then and you want to use that identity as part of a contract, you'll have to create a new contract for that added identity. Okay, and once you have the contract in place, then you can optionally attach a quality of service policy to that contract for that particular consumer and provider, service provider. So if the contract has been activated, you would need to actually create a new version and attach then the quality of service or service level agreement policy to that particular contract. So when we create an authorization contract, we need to have some way of authenticating a user. So we need some type of policy that defines what credentials, how we're going to send in the credentials, and we need an authentication policy as well. Okay, so just like when we set up our use case where we were, for our SOAP service, when we were sending in username over transport, and we were sending in and authenticating that user. If you're using authorization contract, you would do the same thing, except the important thing here is that you would change the subject category here to consumer in both the username over transport policy as well as the authentication policy. So then when the actual usage data is collected, then it will show that the application ID is actually a consumer identity versus an end user identity. Okay, so then here is the flow for when a request comes in and the authorization contract is actually being used. So the request comes in with the credentials. The virtual service has configured an authentication policy and a credential policy. Here on the virtual service, the credentials are authenticated and the contract is actually checked to verify that the service that the consumer is trying to invoke is part of the contract, and if the service is part of the contract, then the request is sent on to the physical service. So when we look at an anonymous versus an authorization contract, you can see that there really aren't too many differences between an anonymous and an authorization contract, except when it comes to defining consumer identities, right? Because an authorization contract requires that you define consumer identities that are allowed to consume your service. So, and then because you're setting up an authorization contract, you have to have some way of authenticating those consumer identities to ensure that they're valid. So you must have an authentication policy attached to your virtual service. Other than that, there's no difference between the anonymous and the authorization contract. Okay, so these are the two big areas that are the differences between an authorization and an anonymous contract. Okay, so if we're going to use the policy manager to manage our services, we need to have a contract in place. When we talk about contracts and the scope of a contract, we're talking about services that are allowed to be consumed and are being offered by the provider, identities that will be allowed to consume those services that are being offered in the contract, and QoS policies or quality of service policies that we're attaching to the contract. Within the policy manager, there are two types of contracts, an anonymous contract and an authorization contract. The anonymous contract allows any consumer to consume the service and doesn't require any type of authentication policy or any policy for that matter. An authorization contract requires an authentication policy and also requires a method to authenticate the consuming identity. And the contracts, because we're using the default workflow, must be activated before a service can be invoked. Okay, so what we're going to do now is we're going to create an authorization, a contract, and so we can see the difference between the authorization contract and the anonymous contract that we had configured. Okay, so we're going to create our contract between the partner organization and the consuming organization is our consumer organization or partner one organization. All right, so we're going to go back into the policy manager console. And the first thing we want to do is we want to deactivate our existing. So if you go into your organization, your provider services organization, and you open up the contracts folder, you should see your anonymous contract there. And you're going to go ahead and pull down on the actions on the right-hand side. And you're going to select the option to deactivate the contract. Okay, so as an organization now, we want to create an authorization contract. So if you click on the provided contract folder, on the right-hand side you'll see an offer contract button. So go ahead and click on that button. And enter a contract name. So we're going to create our authorization contract. And for this contract now, we can keep the default option in the access control enabled. So you're going to keep that enabled and go ahead and click on Next. So the provider organization is going to be your provider services organization, which should already be checked. And then you're going to click Next. And then you're going to check the Select Consuming Organization because this is an authorization contract that we're creating. You have to actually identify your consuming organization. So you're going to check that Select Consumer Organization. And you're going to go into your top-level organization. And the consuming organization will be your partner organization. So you're going to click and select your partner organization. Okay, and go ahead and click on Finish. You're provided with a summary here, and you can click on Close. Okay, so currently in a draft state, as you can see. So what we want to do is we want to activate the contract. Okay, so if you look down and pull down a little on the contract scope, you can see that the provider services organization is selected. Oh, sorry. Oh. Okay, so I think someone moved my services. I don't see them in my organization right now. So in any case, you should be able to see your services under the provider services, under the contract scope where it says provider services. But what you need to do now is if you look under consumer identities, when we have our anonymous contract, we didn't have this portlet actually available to us. So here in the consumer identities, you'll see that your partner organization is selected, but there are no identities underneath that partner organization. So what we need to do is we need to go into our partner organization. So if you select your partner organization, and if you look down under policy attachments, you'll see that there's organization identities and the organization identities portlet. So we need to add our consumer identities to this particular organization in this particular portlet. So to do that, there's a couple ways. One is you can add an organization identity. The other is you could, if you click here on Manage Organization Identities, you can actually select identities from an external domain. Or from the local domain. Okay, but what we're going to do is we're going to add an identity into the local domain. So you're going to click on the Add Organization Identity in the Actions portlet, the third action from the top. And here, go ahead and just add your organization identity name and description. So I'm just saying Cheryl App 1, or it could be Partner 1. And then go ahead and add a password. And then when you're done, go ahead and click Finish and close. So now you can see that the organization identity should be part of your partner organization. And when you look at the contract, so if you go back into your provider services and you look at that authorization contract and you pull down and you looking at consumer identities, you can see that because we have that top-level organization selected, because we because that top level selected, that identity automatically got added to that organization. Okay, so now this identity that shows up here is actually allowed to invoke the services that are part of the contract scope. Okay, so now for your service, you'll need to attach you'll need to attach the username, your username policy, and your authentication policy to that service. Okay, let me just find my service here. Okay, so somehow my service got deleted. All right, so let me just create it really quickly. Okay, so for this service, for your virtual service here, you go to the details portlet, you need to make sure that you attach, go to the policy attachments, operational policies, and click on that manage link. You're going to need to attach your username, password, and authentication policy. Because remember, an authorization contract requires you send in some type of credentials and requires an authentication policy. Okay, but we want to modify these policies so that instead of a subject category of end user, we use consumer, because we're sending in consumer credentials versus end user credentials. So if you go to your operational policies folder and select your authentication policy, And in the authentication policy, you're going to click on the modify link, and you're going to just change that subject category from end user, select the consumer button, and click on apply. And then for the username, you're going to select part 2 of that username policy, which contains the token type, right? And you're going to click on modify, where it says WS Security Supporting Tokens Policy. Right underneath there, you're going to click on that modify link, and you'll see on the first screen where it says end user, you're going to click that, just make sure that's selected, and say modify token. And then here, all you have to do is select, instead of end user, you're going to select consumer. And then for the rest of the pages, as you hit next, just go ahead and say next until you get to the finish button, and you should see that the username token is now set to consumer. Okay, so if you had used this policy, remember, on multiple services, any service that's using this policy would get this update. Okay, so now what we're going to do is we're going to send a request to our account manager virtual service. Okay, so we have the policies attached. We now have, when you look in the consumer portlet for your virtual service, you'll see that you have partner 1 is a consumer, and you have an authorization contract for partner 1, and that's activated. Okay, so now when we send in the request, we're going to open up our SOAP UI, and we're going to send, not the REST request, you're going to send in the SOAP request. But when we send in the SOAP request this time, you can't use the end user username and password, right? You have to use the application ID that you created in that consuming organization, because we changed the contract now to not be anonymous to allow anyone in. We're actually authorizing specific consumers to be able to access our service. So you're going to need to add that application ID here in the username, that password, and make sure that the WS password type is password text, and that you also have a WSS time to live for the timestamp. And go ahead and send the request. And you should have gotten a valid response back. Did everyone get a valid response? Okay, and if you look in the response that comes back now, you should actually see in the usage data, instead of showing the end user identity, you should actually see the consuming identity show up. I don't know why my I'm getting a 404. Okay, for some reason right now I'm getting a 404. Anyway, I'll figure out what happened. But in any case, you can see once you send the request through, you should be able to see that in the usage data, instead of showing the end user information, it should actually show the consuming information. See if I can find someone who has. Okay. Okay, so there's some that have authorization errors. So make sure you're using the correct application ID, right? That's in your consuming organization. Okay, so this should give you an idea of the difference between an anonymous contract and an authorization contract. So I would say in most cases, most customers will use authorization contracts because they want to create specific contracts for specific services and specific applications, partners, or consuming organizations. So you can use any type of contract, but you always must have a contract in place. So are there any questions on that so far, or anything we've done so far? I don't know what happened to my service, but I'll get it working so that when we come back from lunch, I'll have it up and running. Okay, so why don't we break here for lunch, and when we get back, we'll talk about the quality of service policies and actually attach those policies to our service that we have configured. Okay, so why don't we break for lunch until 1/2 the hour, and then when we come back, we'll continue with some more use cases. Okay, so I'll keep everything up and running, and you can just join in at 1/2 the hour.
Hey, Cheryl, this is Siddharajan.
Hi.
This contract, I'm sorry, I couldn't able to follow up. My service, the provider services did not give the service, so I just got a break from that. I did not continue. So, could you see when my provider service, Sidhu organization?
Okay. Sorry, which one are you?
Sidhu. Yeah, above that.
Sidhu.
By that one.
Okay.
My provider services, if you open, I am not getting those services over there. Like here, Sidhu, we were doing the contract, right, on authorization contract on provider services.
Okay.
Yeah.
So here, so first of all, your partner, the consuming organization, would be this, right? This is going to be your. Okay. So when you create this contract, so let's see. So when you create the contract, this contract is going to have to be created here. Right? So you can't create, because your services, right, your provider services are here at this top level under your Sidhu organization, that means the contract has to be here at the same level as your services.
Okay, did I create the contract?
Right, you can't create a contract here, right? Because if you create a contract here, you don't have any, you're saying, okay, my contract scope is under this organization, but your services, you don't have your services under this organization. Your services are here under your top level organization.
Okay.
If you want to create the contract so that it's under your Sidhu services organization, you can just move this virtual service right into this organization here under Sidhu services, or create your contract here at the same level as your virtual service.
Okay. So authorization contract I need to create under this the main contract.
You need to create it under here, yes.
Okay. Yeah, I was just following, and it's like you were doing on service provider and consumer, right? So just
yes.
So I went into this path.
So you're going to create it under here. So you already have your anonymous contract here, right? I can see.
Yeah, I have.
But look at your anonymous contract, right? It's activated. So you're going to want to deactivate that.
Okay. So deactivate and create another contract over here. Yeah. So okay, if I take the break here, the next topic, is it based on this or it can divert?
Well, we'll be using the contract, but you can use anonymous because we're going to talk about quality of service policies. So whether you use anonymous contract or an authorization contract, it's okay.
Okay. Yeah,
So
maybe.
You could just keep this activated if you want, this anonymous contract. Because the next thing we're going to do is SLAs and quality of service policies.
Yeah, that's right. I don't want to mess at this moment. If it affects for the future, further course.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, but you understand why this contract, right? Yes. The thing is, like, you are also creating this on service providers, right? So, how did you import this services into your service providers? When you open your organization, I found the service provider. The services in your service provider. See, I don't
Yeah,
have
this is
any. I created these two organizations, right? And I put the services underneath my provider services organization.
And if you open it, okay, you don't have it in the services? Okay.
No, I don't have it at the top level services.
Okay, I got it. So everything I was doing under the top level, so you are doing on services.
Yes.
Okay, yeah, got it.
Got it? Okay.
Yep, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Hi, Cheryl.
Yes?
Hey, this is Gene Dragata speaking.
Hi.
Hey, how are you? I wanted to ask you just a couple of things real quickly, if I could. So on the user accounts that people are using, I guess you gave out some kind of a student ID, and I didn't have that, so I've been using administrator and password, which I found in the training doc. So I just wanted to make sure I wasn't causing any problem by doing that.
No, that's fine.
Okay. All right, and I wanted to see, did I miss any kind of a high-level architecture discussion, just in regards to like the different options for the different components? I understand there's different implementations for the network director, and I'd like to understand how provisioning works and things like that. And I wasn't sure if you'd gone into any kind of detail in that area.
You mean provisioning in terms of creating a service?
Well, no, not so much in terms of creating the service, by using the policy manager, but more in terms of like what SOA software components are being used when that's happening, and just kind of a better, from the training docs, I couldn't really gain a good understanding of what software components are actually at work and what they're doing besides. It seems like everything is happening inside the network manager, like that's the gateway.
Well, for the purposes of the training, we're using two components, really the policy manager and the network director.
Correct.
And
so, I'm sorry, go ahead.
And yesterday we went through an install of those two components.
Okay. So did everybody do an install on their local machine?
No. For the online training,
okay.
you can't do an install. I walked through an install and showed them the installation.
Okay, I see. Okay. All right, so I guess I'm glad I didn't create any problems. Is it okay that I just continue to use that username and password, or do you want me to use
administrator, and password? That's not a problem.
Okay.
Because I don't think anyone else is using it.
All right. And I guess if I have any other questions, I can just send them through the chat window for you. I was really kind of wondering, at what point do you think we will, get an opportunity to do a local install? I wasn't sure if that was part of the class or not.
No, for the online training, you don't do a local install.
Okay.
When I go on site, usually, we may go through an installation, but if you want to go through a local install, like the hands-on guide, actually goes through an actual local install.
Okay, that's because I'm not sure where do I get the software, for instance, and things like that. So, I had a bunch of questions along those lines, and I didn't want to, but coming in late, I wasn't sure if there were topics you had already covered, and I didn't want to, be disruptive or anything like that. So, I guess that's kind of stuff I could talk to you about after the class, I guess.
Yeah, and you can get all the software from the support site and download it from the support site.
with the install guide.
With the install guide, yeah.
Okay. All right. That's cool. All right. So I'll just do that in my kind of on the side then, because
Okay.
I assume I'm going to be spending a lot of time doing installs and configurations and POCs and things like that. So I just wanted to make sure that I really understood that stuff, that inside out, and the different implementations. And I'm not quite sure why you would choose one. I don't know if you covered this, why you'd choose one network director implementation over another, like the agent versus, I guess, the web app version of it. Is that the correct way to perceive it?
Well, the agent actually runs inside of a specific type of application server. So whether it's a WPF agent so it's very application server specific. Whereas a network director is just a standalone proxy.
Okay, that makes sense. Okay, cool. All right, well, I'm glad to find out I didn't, break anything by doing that. And
no, that's fine.
All right, cool. All right, well, I'm learning a lot. Thanks a lot. And so will this be 5 for the Monday through Friday?
No, we're finishing today. It's 2 days.
Oh, okay.
So we're finishing up today.
All right, well, thank you very much.
Okay, no problem. Thanks.
All right. I'll talk to you later.
Okay.
All right.
Okay, so let's get started. And now we're going to talk about the quality of service policies. So we've discussed about how you register these various different services, how you create both an anonymous contract and an authorization contract. But as part of an authorization contract between the consumer and the provider, you can also attach a quality of service policy to that contract. And that there are several different types of quality of service policies that are available as part of the policy manager. But when you attach a quality of service policy to the actual contract, you're really talking about a service level agreement policy. So we'll go through the various different types of quality of service policies that are available in the policy manager, and then we'll go through a couple use cases where we actually create some quality of service policies. Okay, so when you install the policy manager, there are various different types of quality of service policies that are supported. So you can create a service level agreement policy, so you can specify a service level agreement between a consumer and a provider. You can specify enforcement policies. So this policy is used in combination with the service level agreement policy, and will send the user a specific error message that you want to send to the consumer when the SLA has actually been violated. Then you have a bandwidth quota policy. So you allow a specified bandwidth between a consumer and a provider. A concurrency quota policy where you allow a configured number of concurrent connections. A timeout policy where you set a timeout limit and configured a user-defined alert. And then you can also create script policies using either JSON, Bean Shell, or Java script. So let's look at the various different types of policies. So before you actually configure a quality of service policy, you need to create a custom alert code. So this is to indicate that say for instance, if you're creating a service level agreement policy, when that service level agreement has been violated, this specific alert code will be generated and to indicate that the SLA has been violated. So you create the alerts, the custom alert codes from this alerts tab. And when you generate or create these custom alert codes, you can specify various different types of actions to take when the alert is actually generated. So you can send an SMTP email notification. You can forward via SNMP to an SNMP management system. Or you can also, upon the receipt of an alert, you can invoke a management script that's run outside of the policy manager process. Now, if you're going to forward those alerts to SNMP management system, then we do provide the MIB for our SNMP alerts or traps, and that MIB is in the SM60 MIB subdirectory. Now, when you create a custom alert code, that's done here from the main alerts tab, and you'll go to the alert codes sub-tab, and from here you can add a custom alert. Now, those custom alerts must start at 1 million. And from that point on, you can add as many custom alert codes as you want. By default, when you create that custom alert code, the alert is automatically logged into the database, and you can then select if you want to invoke a management script, if that's available to you, forward via SNMP to an SNMP management system if that has been configured, or forward to an SMTP mail server and an email group if that option has been configured. So here you can see the alert is created, and you have the options of forwarding when you create the new alert. You also can identify the severity of the alert that you want to, the new alert that you want to create. So you have various different actions that you can invoke upon the receipt of an alert, whether it's a custom alert or it's a policy manager out-of-the-box alert. And one is that you can actually invoke a management script. So you need to configure that management script, and you need to actually write the script that you want to invoke. And when you do actually write those scripts, you have access to the various different alert parameters that get passed. So you could actually write to a log file upon the receipt of an alert, and you'll have access to the alert ID, the description, and some of the other parameters as well if you wanted to log those alerts to a log file. The other option that you have is to forward the alerts, and this is one of the more common options to forward the alerts to an SNMP management system. So in order to configure that management system, you need the details to connect to that management system, and you can specify the time at which you want that forwarding of the alerts to actually take place. You can also configure the forwarding of email upon the receipt of an alert, and for that you'll need the SMTP server information to be able to allow the policy manager to forward those alerts to an SMTP mail server. And here also you can select the time frame in which you want that forwarding to actually occur. Now, when you do receive alerts from the policy manager, okay, so if you have to modify, when the email alerts get sent out by default, they're sent out with a from address of alert notifications at SOA.com. If you want to change that alert notification, you can do so in the policy manager's admin console by setting this property in this particular com.SOA console category. Okay, so then you can send the from address, you can configure the from address to any address that you would like, or a valid email address for your organization. Okay,
Cheryl, I had a question.
Yes.
Is there any, if you wanted to, from an administrative perspective, force all the services to execute a particular policy, is there a way to do that, or do you have to go to each service and basically attach that policy?
Well, unless those services were under the same organization,
Yep.
then you would have to attach them individually.
Okay. But you could attach them to the organization, you're saying, then?
Yes, you can.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, so just to summarize then, for the alert configuration, we use those custom alert codes for SLA violations, and those custom alert codes, if you're going to create them, have to begin at 1 million, be a 1 million or higher, so alert codes. And the alert codes, whether they're out-of-the-box alert codes or whether they're custom alert codes, can optionally be configured to forward email notifications, forward SNMP notifications, or invoke management scripts. By default, all alerts are logged into the database. Okay, so the first type of policy is the SLA policy. Okay, and that's one of the more common policies where we define an acceptable service level agreement between the consumer and the provider of the service. Failure to meet the service level results in the generation of the defined custom alert code. And you can define service level agreements and apply them to an organization, to a service, or a contract. So you may have multiple SLAs defined, a more global one for the organization and more specific ones say for a contract between a consumer and a provider. So when you create a service level agreement policy, you have to first define your custom alert code, and then you define the metrics on which you're going to measure the SLA based on, and then you specify the time frame for when you want that SLA to be enforced. So when you define the metrics for a service level agreement, you see you have various different options on which you can actually define the SLA. You can define the SLA based on minimum or maximum response time, on the number of faults. So if the number of faults exceeds a certain threshold, then you're going to generate your custom alert code. The usage count, so the total number of usage records or usage data collected for a particular service within a time frame. And the request message size, so the maximum or minimum request message size for the requests that are being sent. So you specify the metrics by which you want to collect or measure your SLA based on, and then you define an interval. So how often do you want to check to see if an SLA has been violated? So if you select this interval of 15 minutes, then each minute the policy manager will actually check if the SLA has been violated. If you select an hour as your interval, then every 15 minutes the policy manager will run to see if there's been an SLA violation. And if you select a day, it'll be every hour. The policy manager will check for SLA violations. If you select a week, it'll be every hour. And if you select a month, it'll be every day that the policy manager checks for SLA violations. Okay, so based on this interval that you select, it will determine how often SLAs are checked for violations. Now, in conjunction with the service level agreement policy, you can actually set up a service level agreement enforcement policy. So this would require, what this does is it forces you to, once the SLA has been violated, that no other requests are processed. So basically, once the SLA has been violated, then the consumer is being denied access to that service until the SLA actually has been cleared. So you can define and use this service level agreement enforcement policy until which time the SLA has been cleared, and then you'll be able to send requests again. So here in this service level enforcement policy, you just define the consumer faults that you want sent back.
Cheryl, is that new in 6.1?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Thank you.
So all these additional policies that you see aside from the SLAs are all new as part of 6.1. So if you are using Policy Manager 6.0, you haven't seen a lot of these policies, or if you have seen them, they were part of an option pack that was, which hadn't been integrated into the product yet. Now it's been integrated and fully supported in the product. Okay, so here you can see that when the service level, the SLA has been violated, that you will get an SLA violation. And this will include your custom alert code when the SLA has been violated. When it's actually been cleared, so there have been no violations within the time frame that you specified, you will actually get a hard-coded SLA clear alert, which is 402013. Okay, so you can see here that the SLA has been violated and then it's actually been cleared. Okay, now the bandwidth quota policy. This policy will actually throttle the request or response data to a configured bandwidth defined within the policy. So you can configure this bandwidth to kilobits per second or megabits per second. And if the request or the response is greater than the bandwidth, what will happen is that the consumer will actually either receive a read timeout, or if the request is too big, or you will actually see the request or response being throttled to, in this case, 1 megabit per second. So it will limit the bandwidth that a consumer is allowed to actually use. Now, there's no alert that gets generated for this policy, so the actual throttling happens internally within the network director. Okay, so the throughput quota policy, this limits the throughput or number of requests within a given time frame. So when the throughput is exceeded, it returns, the network director will return a user-defined fault to the consumer, and then when the throughput returns to an acceptable level, requests are then processed. So the alerts get logged into the policy manager when the throughput is exceeded and when the condition is actually cleared. So here you can see that the throughput limit has been exceeded. Excuse me. And it's still being exceeded as the consumer is trying to send requests. And finally, the throughput is no longer being exceeded, so the request will be processed. Okay, so here's the actual throughput policy configuration. So you define your throughput limit, so 2 requests per minute. The queue size is optional, so this is the number of concurrent threads that will be queued before denying access. So you can actually delay the response that you send back to the consumer. By default, this is set to 0, so there's no delay in the response back to the consumer. Once throughput has been exceeded, the fault is sent. And then you define your fault message parameters. So you can see you define a fault message, the element name that you want returned in the fault, the namespace, and the fault namespace prefix. Then you define the time to clear. So how much time is required before the throughput alert is cleared after it has been exceeded. So you exceed the throughput, and how much time do you wait before that clear alert is actually displayed? So in this case, we're waiting 30 seconds before you see a clear alert. And if the throughput is still being exceeded, you can send a reminder alert, and that will be logged in the policy manager, so you'd be able to see those alerts show up in the policy manager console to show that the throughput quota policy is still being exceeded, or the throughput. And then you can set how often you want to log the reminder alert. So then below here is just an example of the fault message that's returned when you actually exceed the throughput. So here you can see that the throughput has been exceeded, and I'm receiving an internal server error fault, and the fault being returned is what I configured here in the fault message parameters. Okay, and the concurrency quota policy is very similar, except it limits the number of concurrent connections to a virtual service. And when the number of concurrent connections is exceeded, it returns a fault to the consumer. And the alerts are logged into the policy manager's database when the concurrency policy is exceeded, and then when it's cleared. So here you can see the quota policy is exceeded, and it's still being exceeded, and eventually it gets cleared because it's no longer exceeded. Okay, and here's the configuration for the concurrency policy. So here you can limit the number of concurrent connections. You define your fault message, the amount of time it takes to clear the alert after the concurrency limit has been reached, and then if you want to send reminder alerts. And here's a sample fault message that gets returned to the consumer based on what you have configured. The timeout policy configures the timeout to the physical service. So when the timeout is exceeded, user-defined fault is returned to the consumer. When the timeout is no longer exceeded, requests are processed. Alerts are logged into the policy manager when the timeout policy is exceeded. Okay, and here's the example timeout policy configuration where you define the timeout to the next hop service and the fault message that you want to actually be returned to the consumer. So when you define these quality of service policies, you can attach those policies here at the organization level, at the service level, or to a contract. And again, you can have multiple policies assigned to a service, an organization, or a contract. So you may have a global policy at the organization level and more granular policies for the service, and then even more granular for the contract.
Cheryl, I have a question about the timeout. We use the advanced properties client timeout that's on the details page for for both the virtual service and the physical service. So does the timeout QoS policy give us a similar functionality, but just with the additional control over sending the fault back and all that?
Yes. Yes.
So we could do it either way.
Right. So several of our customers have complained about those timeout alerts, and so this gives you more control over what's actually being sent back to the consumer.
Okay.
Okay, so now you can assign policies, again, to a contract. And as we talked about before, if you're going to assign a quality of service policy to a contract, in this case it would be really an SLA policy in most cases, then you're going to need to start a new version of that contract, and then you're going to need to activate that contract, because if you're going to use the default workflow within the policy manager. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to actually just set up a very simple service level agreement policy and use the service level enforcement policy to actually reject the request to our account manager service. So we're going to create an SLA policy that allows the partner organization to only send 3 requests to the account manager service every 15 minutes. And if they send more than 3, we want to generate a custom alert code, and we want to actually reject the requests that are being processed by applying this service level enforcement policy. Okay, so now what we're going to need to do is everyone's going to need to go back into the policy manager console. And the first thing we need to do is we need to set up a custom alert code. So if you go to this main alert tabs at the very top of the policy manager console, you'll see that one of the subtabs that you have available is alert code subtab. So here you can click on the add alert code at the very bottom. And in the alert code, go ahead and add an alert code, but just make sure that it's greater than 1 million, or at least has 7 numbers. Okay, and in the components, you can enter anything in the component. These will just show up when the alerts are actually received, whatever you enter in here. So the component, I usually just say SLA, the subsystem, quality of service, and the description here. The description is important in that if you forward this alert to an SNMP management system or in an email, this description will actually show up. So I'll just say usage SLA has been exceeded. Okay, and then you can add additional info if you choose to do so. And in the severity, you can see that you can add different severity levels. I just use the default of critical. And you'll see here that one of the options this question always comes up is you see an option of a clear. So you can create these clear alert codes, but you can't associate them yet with a particular, say, SLA violation. So if you wanted to create an SLA violation alert, and then you wanted to create your own custom clear code, you can't do that yet in the product. This is something that we will be adding, though, as customers have asked for this, to have custom clear code. Okay, and by default, we're going to log the alert into the database so that checkbox should be checked. And if you had a management script or email groups, those would show up in either the pull down or in the email group section. And then go ahead and click on Apply to save your alert code. Now, one of the things as you're looking through these alert codes, you can see there are a lot of alert codes that are shipped out of the box. If you wanted to find just those custom alert codes, you can see in the top portion of the alert screen, there is a filter button, and to the left of the filter button, that pull down, which says both, allows you to select user-defined alerts. So in which case you can search for all the user-defined alerts. And when you click filter, you can see here, these are all the user-defined alerts. Okay, so we have our custom alert code created, so now we want to create our service level agreement. So we're going to go into the Workbench tab, and you're going to go into your organization, and select your policies folder under your organization, so your top level organization. And you'll see that there's a folder for QoS policies. So unlike compliance policies and operational policies where we ship some out of the box, for QoS policies we don't ship any out of the box templates. So you have to create these. So you're going to go, once you selected the QoS policy folder, you'll click on the Add Policy button on the right-hand side and enter a name for your policy. It can be any name. And you can enter the key. This will automatically be generated, and the description is optional. And the type, you're going to select service level policy. And go ahead and click on Finish. And then you can click on Close. Okay, so just like the operational policies, you have your policy created here, but you actually have to configure it. So in the service level policy portlet, you'll see that there's a Modify link there, so you're going to click on Modify. So here's where you're going to define the rules that you're going to use for this particular service level agreement. So in the alert code, in that pull down, if you click on the down arrow, you should be able to find your alert code, your custom alert code. And in the metric pull down, you can see the various different metrics that you can measure the SLA on. Our SLA is based on usage count. So we're going to select the option usage count. And the operator is greater than. And the value is 3. And the units, if you pull down on that, is count. And the interval is going to be 15 minutes. Okay, so if there are more than 3 usage or 3 requests within a 15-minute interval, then an alert is going to be generated. Okay, and here's where you specify that time in which you want that SLA to actually take place. So today's Tuesday, so I'm just going to click on Tuesday, and then you'll see the access time. It'll apply this SLA all day. Okay, and when you're done, you can click on the button at the bottom right. Just click on Finish. Okay, you should see a summary of the SLA that was generated. And then you can click on Close. Okay, so you have your usage policy defined, but now you need to actually attach it. So again, you can attach this policy at the organization level, at the service level, at the contracts level. Now, the thing to remember, if you attach it at the organization level, that means that you're saying that for this organization, you can't have more than 3 requests in a 15-minute interval. If you attach it to the service, it applies only to the service. Okay, so we're going to actually attach this to our contract. So whichever contract you had activated and was able to actually send a request using that contract, you're going to attach it to that contract. So if you're still using, I know there were some people that couldn't get their authorization contract working, so they're still using an anonymous contract. That's fine. You can go ahead and use the anonymous contract and attach the policy that you just created to that contract. Okay, so under your provider services organization or wherever your contract is located, you're going to select the active contract that you're using. Okay, so if you open your provider services organization and you select the contracts folder and then select the provided contract folder, you should be able to see your activated contract and which one you have activated. You're actually going to select that activated contract, so click on the link of the contract name. We're going to attach the policy to this contract. But you'll note that you can't, the buttons are all grayed out. You can't make any changes to that contract, so we need to start a new version. So in the action portlet on the top right, you'll see that the last action is Start New Version. Go ahead and click on that Start New Version action. You'll get a confirmation message to actually perform the Start New Version. So just go ahead and click on OK there. The buttons now should have turned blue so that you can actually make changes to your contract. And if you look at in the top light blue bar where it shows contract version, you should see that the version now has actually gone to number dot sub version of that particular contract. Okay, so if you pull down in your contract, you'll see there's a quality of service policy attachment portlet. So here you're going to click on the Manage link, and you're going to open up your organization. You're going to open up your policies folder. Underneath there, you should see your quality of service policies folder, so you open that. And then you're going to actually select your usage policies. So go ahead and click on Apply. So you should see your quality of service policy attached to your contract. And then again, as always, the last step is that you need to activate the contract. So go ahead and activate the contract from the contract workflow portlet. Okay, and from SOAP UI now, go ahead and send, say, 5 requests to your service, your SOAP service. Now you'll note, right, even though the SLA has been exceeded, I can continue to send requests. Okay, we're going to actually add the policy enforcement, service level policy enforcement policy, so that when you reach this point at which the SLA has been exceeded, so I've sent more than 3, that I actually can't send any more requests. Okay, so if you remember, the SLAs get evaluated, since we set it for every 15 minutes, gets evaluated every minute. So it could take up to, say, almost 2 minutes for the alert to actually appear. Okay, so we should start seeing some alerts actually be displayed here. Once the SLA is violated. Okay, so here you can see one of the, now the SLA violations are starting to show up. Okay, here's another SLA violation. Okay, so you should be able to see those SLA violations eventually show up once you've attached that SLA to your contract or your service. Okay, but now let's set it up so that when there is an SLA violation, that you can no longer send requests. Okay, so
Cheryl, why don't those alerts show up on the alerts tab of the service?
see, because they're not attached to the service. If they were actually attached to the service, they would show up for the service.
Okay.
But because they're attached to the contract, it always will show up here. And I thought they used to show up here at the organization level. Hold on one sec, let me just
Yes, they do at the organization.
Yeah, see, it's not showing up even at the org level. So when they're attached to the contract, looks like they're just showing up here.
Mine showed up at the organization level.
Which one, what organization are you?
SD company. Hit the search button. I did for the last.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah, for some reason it doesn't show up when you navigate, but.
Oh, okay, yeah. See, now everyone's are showing. Okay, so yeah, it is showing up at the organization level, which I would expect. So I guess they're not showing up until you've taken a while for them to actually show up here. An alert table, because I didn't have anything in my organization. Okay, so you should all see by now this SLA exceeded alert. Right, and if you double click on that, it should show you the attachment point where that SLA was actually attached to. So it should say the policy name, the contract, or the organization or the service, and what caused it to trigger that violation. So here you can see the usage count was 5, which was greater than the 3 that was configured in the SLA. Okay, so now if we wait for 15 minutes, we should eventually see the clear alert come and we don't send any more requests. So what we're going to do now, though, is we want to, since this SLA has been exceeded, we want to now not allow the request to be processed. So we want to deny requests when the SLA has been exceeded until the clear alert is actually shows up. So in order to do that, we're going to go back to the policies folder in your organization and go into QoS policies. And you're going to add a new policy. Okay, and this one's going to be your SLA policy enforcement. Okay, so you leave the key blank, he'll generate a key for you. You can enter a description if you want to. And you're going to select service level enforcement policy as a type. And once you've done that, go ahead and click on Finish. And then close. Okay, and so then for this policy, it requires you to actually configure it. So where it says service level enforcement policy in that portlet, you're going to click on the modify link. And here's the default message that you're going to send back to the consumer when that SLA has been violated. So here you can enter any fault you want to. Okay, and just click Finish and Close. So now you need to actually attach this to your contract or your service or your organization, wherever you attach that usage policy, so that it can actually take effect. So if you attached it at the contract level, again, you're going to have to go to that contract, and you're going to need to actually create a new version of the contract. Select your authorization contract or your active contract. You're going to start a new version of that contract. So select from the Actions portlet on the right-hand side of the contract, select Start New Version. Go ahead and confirm the starting of the new version. The buttons will turn blue. And you're going to go down to where your quality of service policy is attached, and you're going to go ahead and attach your enforcement policy. So you're going to open up your organization, select your policies, and select your quality of service policy, your enforcement policy. Okay, and go ahead and activate that contract and confirm it. Okay. Sorry, I'm just looking. My contract was changed, so I was just looking to see where it was changed. Okay, so anyway, now let's check the alerts in your organization and see if you have a clear alert yet. There aren't any clear alerts yet, but let's try and send a request now to our service. Okay, it may take a couple minutes for the actual fault to be returned, because it can take up to 2 minutes. And then eventually you should get that fault returned. Did anyone get a fault returned yet?
Yeah, Carol, I got the fault returned.
You got your configured fault, right?
Yes.
Okay, good. So, and you can't send any more requests, right? What organization are you?
Sidhu?
Sidhu? Okay, so here's in Sidhu's organization, here you can see that the fault was actually generated and requests can no longer be sent through. So until we get the clear alert, right, you won't be able to send any more requests to that service. So if you just use the SLA policy, so if we look here at the contract, if you just use the SLA policy without the policy enforcement, you'll get an alert, but you can still continue to process the request. As soon as you put this SLA policy enforcement in place, once the SLA is exceeded, the request processing will stop until you receive a clear alert. Okay, so does everyone understand that and see how that you can use those SLA policies for both alerting as well as actually stopping the request flow? Okay, and then you can, all these other policies you can, SLA policies, you can actually play around with, and they're all very similar as far as the configuration. So you can create any number of quality of service policies and create those, whether they're timeout, whether it's timeout policy, concurrent policy. You can configure those and play around with them to actually see how the behavior and what happens when the SLA is actually, or the quality of service is actually degraded and exceeds what you have configured. Okay, the one thing to note though is like the timeout policy, the concurrent policy, all those don't require a custom alert. They have their own alert code that's being used once the timeout is exceeded. Okay, are there any questions on that, on the quality of service policies, creating an alert, or anything like that? We'll actually go on to another section, and then once we're done with this, the clear alert should actually be displayed now, will eventually be displayed so that then you'll be able to start sending requests again. Okay, so now let's look at the environment as a whole. So you have all these containers running, the network director, the policy manager, and you want to determine how different ways to ensure that the container is up and running and ready to receive requests. So the first way to check to make sure everything's up and running is using the netstat command, and to make sure that the container is listing on the port or ports that you have configured for that container. You can also use the ping service and install that feature into the container to verify if the container is running. There's a URL that you can actually use to actually hit the container, and if it's up and running and listening, then it will return a true response to you. The other thing you can do is you can use the config job to determine if the state of the container, determine the state of the container, and if all the services have been deployed. So this way is the most reliable way of determining and verifying the container state, because there are different return codes, so to speak, that actually get returned to once the container is up and running and ready to receive requests, versus it's not up and running and it's not ready to receive requests. And then you have the transport jetty information URL, which we've used to view the context paths that are actually deployed on the container. And in order to use this URL, you have to enable this in the admin console. Okay, so if you install the ping feature, then you have to make sure that you enable that feature in order for the ping feature to work. And you do that from the container admin console. And you go to the configure tab, and you should see a configuration category of ping feature, and you enable that by setting the property to true. Okay, the URL that you would ping would be the container host, the port, and this URI, ping rest ping. If it returns true, the container is running. If it otherwise, it's going to return false, and in which case it's not up and running, or there's a problem in terms of its initialization. Okay, the config job provides the status of the container. So you access this config job from the container's admin URL. So you would go to the container host port /admin, and to that admin you would add the URI container and config job. Now, because you're accessing this URL and through the /admin, which is the admin console as well, then you will be challenged for a username and password. And this will be required, you'll be required to send this username and password, which would be the username and password to access the admin console, in the HTTP basic auth or authorization header. So by default, this basic auth property is enabled. So if you don't want to any challenge when you actually send the request to the container for the config job to run, then you could disable this property. But if you disable this property, that means that in order to log into the admin console, you're not going to have any authentication. So in most cases, you're going to want to keep this authenticated and just modify the request that, say, the load balancer is sending to check the state of the container to include the basic auth header. So you'll send the URL to this container. You'll send the request to this URL in the container. and you'll receive a JSON response, and it will return the state of the container. So it will return if the container has deployed all the services and ready to accept requests, and how long it took to deploy all the services. So when you go to that config job and you use that URL, you'll see that the container state that's returned, or the response that's returned, will return in here various different states. So the states that can be returned here are not configured, so the container is not configured and cannot accept requests. Configuring, the container is being configured and services are being deployed to the container. Reconfiguring, meaning the container is being reconfigured. And configured, so as it shows up here, the container is fully configured and services have been deployed and the container is able to accept requests. So this URL is a URL that is the most reliable in terms of, especially on the network director, in terms of determining if the network director is ready to accept requests from its consumers, and when it's, especially when it's sitting behind a load balancer. So the load balancer can keep the network director down until which time it sees that configured state, and then it can enable that network director and start forwarding, the load balancer can start forwarding requests to that network director by looking at the state of the container. Okay, and we've already seen this. You can use the com.soa.transport.jetty/information URL to be able to see the number of context paths deployed on the network director, as well as the context paths themselves. Okay, are there any questions on any of the runtime pieces? So policy configuration, mediation, service level agreements, quality service policies, before we start talking about more governance on the policy manager. Okay. So why don't we talk a little then about, actually before I start this, I should say that the runtime piece and the policy configuration is probably one of the most challenging pieces to configure as part of the policy manager, especially because the policies are very complex and use WS security. And so if you have specific use cases that you're interested in terms of security, we can help you set up those policies so that it's much easier for you to actually build them. Because I know that for some people, the whole WS security, and even for me, is very complex, and so that's why we have those templates. And we have a lot of customers that have moved to Policy Manager 6 and 6.1 who are actually moving their policies into the 6.0 WS security framework. And in doing so, it's very different. And so we've been able to help them actually move those policies into the new 6.0 framework, policy framework. And the other thing I should mention before I start with the console piece is that for those of you familiar with Policy Manager 5.2 pipeline policies, we do support those pipeline policies for the functionality that isn't supported in Policy Manager 6.x. So just to go through that, the pipeline policy for a minute here. If you go to manage operational policies here, you'll see that one of the policy types is a pipeline policy. This is our legacy 5.2 policy. And you'll see here that this policy is actually a pipeline. So you apply various different components into the request and the response pipeline. And when I modify this policy here, you'll see these are the components that are available to add into that pipeline. Now, most of these components, especially all these security components, all the WS security, these all have been, are provided as part of the 6.0 WS security policy framework, which you saw in the out-of-the-box policy. But what we don't have in 6.0 is the ability, for instance, to strip part of a SOAP request. So you can actually strip elements from a SOAP request before it actually gets sent to the physical service. Okay, the other thing is the caching component. So here, if you had a service that continually sent the same type of data, say that the data that's being returned changes every day, then you can actually use the caching component to store that data or to cache that data so that the network director actually doesn't even have to go to the physical service to return the data, that it can just use that response data in the cache. Okay, that's another component or policy that we don't have in 6.0. And the other one is data transformation. So if you're going to do some type of XSLT transformation, then you can use the data transformation component here in Policy Manager or in the pipeline policy. And the schema validation component, actually, we are getting ready to release a schema validation component that will work as part of Policy Manager 6.0. That should be coming out within the next month or so, where you can actually validate both SOAP and REST requests. Okay, and a content routing component can actually route content to physical service A or physical service B based on the content in the actual request message. Okay, and that would be for SOAP requests. Okay, so you have the option to use these pipeline policies as well for some of these activities that may require some manipulation of the actual request or the response data, but this should be the only time that you really use the pipeline policies if you need to do something special to the request or the response. Okay, so with that being said, we will now talk about and go through some of we've been focusing really on the runtime piece of the policy manager, but we'll go through a little on the policy manager console, because there are times when you want to limit who has access to what in the policy manager console. And when you look at the policy manager console, all of us have been logging in as the administrator, so we have access to everything in the policy manager organizational tree. So we're all able to see each other's organizations and make changes to each other's organizations because we're all defined as system administrators in the policy manager. But you can actually set up a delegated administration through the use of role-based access or object-based security that's provided in the policy manager itself. So when you select, or you're at the top level registry node of the organizational tree, you'll see that on the right-hand side there's a security subtab. And when you select that security subtab, you'll see that there are custom roles or user or out-of-the-box roles that are shipped with the policy manager product. And each of those roles define privileges to various different policy manager objects that are defined within the tree. So whether the object is an organization, a contract, a container, a service, you'll have access to various different objects for each of these different roles that have been defined. Now you can create your own custom roles as well if that's required, so that you can limit access to specific organizations or specific objects based on what your users need as far as managing and monitoring in the policy manager console. So when you go to the security, the top level security node as well, or subtab, you'll also see that there's a role membership portlet. So these are, you can assign users global roles from this top level registry node. So if you go here to the top level registry node and select this security subtab, you can see these are all the role memberships. And if you look at the system administrator, which is the super user, and you select manage roles, you can see that all those admin users have been placed here in the system administrator role, and that is how you are able to log into the policy manager as a system administrator. Without that assignment, you wouldn't have been able to do that. Okay, so here, if we look at this matrix then, these are, when you create a role, you can create the role for a role that gives users access to all these various different objects, whether it's an organization, a service, contract, container, policy, or identity. And when this matrix shows all the permissions that you can provide for each of those objects, and if you look at the red mark, you'll see that if you wanted to give a user, create a role so that a user is only allowed to be able to read and monitor the permissions to a service in an organization, you would only need to create the role with the objects selected, so organization and service, and the privileges for that object selected as marked in the red. And that would give a user read permissions to the services in an organization. Okay, so you would create the roles, and then you would assign the roles. So here's a way to assign the system administrator role, which I just showed you. And then you create your custom role from the top-level registry node, and you create them with the specific privileges. And then you can assign the users or groups to those particular roles. So if you're going to, at the top-level registry node, if you assign users a role here at the top-level registry node, then these users or groups are assigned a role that is global to the policy manager itself. It's not specific to an organization. If you assign a user a role to a specific organization, then you select that organization and you'll see that there's a security subtab on the organization. And here you'll be able to assign users particular roles for that particular organization that's selected here in the organization tree. And once you actually are able to assign that user a role, then you can see how when you log into the console as that user, you can see how the display actually changes. So here's the organization view as administrator for the training organization. So here as administrator, you can see that you can see all the folders, services, contracts, policies, and containers to the training organization. But for this particular role, this user role that was created so that a user can only see the services within an organization, here you can see when they log in and they look at the training organization that they're only able to see the two services. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to actually simulate that use case. We're going to create two users in the policy manager's local domain, and we're going to give one of those users, actually we're going to create a user, and we're going to give that user only read privileges to our provider organization, and look at the differences in the views from that read-only user and the admin user. Okay, so in order to do that, we're all going to have to create a user in the local domain. So again, to create a user in the local domain, you're going to go to the top-level security node, And then you're going to, instead of training domain here, you're going to pull down and select the local domain and just select filter. Okay, and go ahead at the bottom now, you'll see that you can add a user. So at the bottom, select that button to add user. And create your user. So you have to enter a username, a full name, and a password. Those are the only required fields. And then when you're done, click Finish. So once you've created that user, now we want to go back to the Workbench tab, and we want to create our role, a read-only role that's going to look like this. Okay, so we have to give organization read, service read, monitor, and read as provider. Those are the 4 privileges that we need to assign to this particular role. Okay, so from the top level registry node of the Workbench tab, on the right-hand side, you're going to select Add Role Definition and enter a name. And a description if you'd like. And at the bottom of the Object Security Privileges window, you'll see that there's an Add Privilege link. So go ahead and click on Add Privilege. So the first object type that comes up is organization. So we're going to keep that selected and click on the Next button at the bottom. And you're going to select the option. You'll see that the actions that are available for that particular object are displayed. And we're going to check the read an object option. Go ahead and click on Next. And you're back to the role definition screen. So you're going to add another privilege. So you're going to select Add Privilege. And you're going to select the service. Go ahead and click on Next. And the options that you're going to select are read as a provider, and monitor. And go ahead and click on Next. And that's really all that we need for a read-only role. Okay, so you can click Finish at the bottom right. And you should have your role defined. So now what we want to do is we want to assign the user that we just created this role to our provider services organization. So you're going to open up the organization, go to your provider services organization, select that, and on the right-hand side, you'll see that there's a security subtab. So go ahead and click that security subtab. And in here, you should see your read-only role. On the right-hand side, you're going to click on that Manage Role option. And you're going to select the local domain, so where it says Within, and it shows the training domain. Select local domain. and you can select contains in the pull down by the search and then select search. And it should show you all the users in the local policy manager's database. So go ahead and select the user that you just created. Okay, so we're assigning that user our role, our read-only role. Okay, so now we're going to log out. Go ahead and log out of the Policy Manager console, and you're going to log in as that read-only user. So go ahead and log out and log in as a read-only user, and make sure in the domain field you don't select training domain, but you select the local domain, and log in. So the tree should look completely different. Right? You should only see your organization and your provider services organization. But if you open up your services organization, you'll see that there are no services actually displayed underneath that services folder. And the reason you don't see any services displayed there is because the workflow is actually interacting or is not allowing you to be able to see services. So the workflow, the actual service workflow in combination with the roles that you assign to a user can actually control whether you can see a service or whether you cannot see it yet. Okay, so if you log, we're going to log back out now, log out, and log back in as your admin user. And go to your organization and into the provider services organization and your services folder. And go ahead and click on that virtual service. So in this virtual service, there's a couple things to note. One is that if you look in the service workflow says that this service is in a draft state. Well, when the service is in a draft state, based on the workflow, you're not going to be given visibility to be able to read the service. Okay, and that's actually controlled through the service workflow. So what we have to do here is you'll see that there's an action to submit for approval. So go ahead and click on that action, submit for approval. So now you can see the state is pending approval. And you can either accept or reject this service. So you're going to approve, click on the approve. So now you can see the state is actually approved, and you could submit the service to development. So go ahead and select Submit to Development. And then...
Thanks, Cheryl.
Huh?
One thing we've had an issue with, so when we just graduated that from draft to approved, we lost the update service action, right?
That's right.
And there's no way to get it back, which has caused us some grief. So maybe we need to change the workflow, perhaps. I mean, So we have a tension between these two things. People can't see the services when they're in draft mode. We graduate them, and then we can't update the service anymore.
Yeah.
So I don't know if there's a best practice there, or we need to modify the workflow, or what.
Yeah, that. Let me get back to you on that one, because I know that it's come up. That has come up before, and I can't remember if there might be a way to actually keep it exposed in the actions portlet, and it probably is through the workflow itself to modify the workflow, but I can get back to you on that, because that has come up before.
Okay, thank you.
So who is this?
Scott Dawson.
Scott. Okay.
Sure, we all need to know that.
Okay, so what I'll do is I will send out email to the whole group in regards to this. Okay. Okay, so now just go ahead and click on the action to promote. Okay, now you'll see that now this is in development, and the life cycle stage is also in development. So based on the workflow, and as part of this class, we don't really go through a lot of the workflow, because the workflow can be very customer specific, and is a class in itself in terms of designing the workflow. But need that the default workflow now allows you to actually change not only the state of the workflow, but to change the life cycle stage of the actual service as it gets promoted through these various different stages of its life cycle. All right, so now if you go ahead and you log out, go ahead and log out as the administrator. And you're going to log back in as your user that you created and gave the read-only role. Now, because this service has been put into, promoted to development, now you're able to see the service. You're able to view the service. But if you look here at this service, note that you can't make any changes to it, right? If you go to the policy attachments portlet, you can't change the operational policy or add a QoS policy, because you only have read-only access to that particular service. Okay, are there any questions on that? So you can create your roles and configure those roles as required into the policy manager console. So I'm going to log back here in as administrator. And I'm just going to show you here where the workflow is. So the workflow, the standard workflow is here in the Configure Workflow tab. And here's where you can configure the service workflow and contract workflow. So you can disable the workflow completely. You can view the default workflow, or you can update the workflow. So if you have a custom workflow that you've defined, you can load that custom workflow. This is using the default workflow, and based on whether you load when you actually update the workflow, you can configure what you want to do with the existing services that have already gone through a part of your old workflow. You can reset them completely, or you can keep them at the same state. Okay, now, the workflow itself, right, those XML, I'm going to show you where those are in the actual installation. So here under the SM60 lib directory, under config, under the SM60 config directory, here are the workflow templates. So the default, if you look, let's look at the default contract workflow. Here you can see the initial action is when you actually enter the workflow. So in our case, we have been creating an offer. So here's where you enter the workflow, and the status goes to a draft state. Okay, and then basically you have a current state, and then you go to a specific step. So in that specific step, you're in draft state, and then you have an action, and that's when we want to activate the contract, and we have to click that action, activate contract. And so once we activate the contract, then the contract goes to a active state, and then you go to step 200. But here you can see that when you actually activate the contract, you can set conditions. So here, in order to activate a contract, you have to have add, modify, and approve privileges to a contract in order to actually activate it. All right, and the same would go for the service, right? When you create a service, this is has a lot more information in it. But here, when you can see when a service is in a draft mode, in order for you to see this service, then and to approve it, you have to have add and modify privileges. If you don't have add and modify privileges, then you're not even going to be able to see this service here. And that's why when we logged in with just read-only privileges, we couldn't even see the service. So you can have workflow that's very complex as it's going through various different stages of its life cycle. You're using the workflow to move from various different environments. If you're integrating with Lifecycle Manager, which is our design time governance tool, then there's a workflow that's set up between that and the policy manager. So it can get very, very complex. We have customers who have thousands of lines of XML as part of their workflow. So it can get very complex if you're going to use the workflow. But, you know, our professional services group actually helps a lot of customers with configuring their workflow as required. Okay. So we just have a few more sections to go. and we'll have gone through the contents of the whole course. I'll just summarize some of the things that allow you to be able to monitor in the Policy Manager. And a lot of those we've been looking at already as we've been going through our use cases. So there are various different types of monitoring that we've seen. One is the real-time monitoring, where you can see activity for a 5 to 60-minute increment or time frame. The other is the basic auditing policy that allows you to see message metrics about the requests and the responses being processed. Then you have the detailed auditing, which shows you the full request and response data, including all the headers. And again, you use the detailed auditing more for troubleshooting purposes. The historical data is where you monitor data collected over a period of time for trend analysis. And the dashboard, which allows you to configure a snapshot view of activity for a set of services. Okay, so we've actually looked at a lot of these charts already. So the real-time charts we were able to see when we were sending whether it's a SOAP service or a REST-based service, as long as that service is actually being monitored by using one of the SOA components, whether it's the network director, policy manager for data power, one of the agents, you'll be able to see the real-time chart. You don't need any policy attached to the service, but again, you always need a contract in order to send that service. So here you're able to see then the requests and the faults that come through between 5 minutes and 60 minutes. Okay, the usage or basic auditing policy allows you to be able to see the request and response data, and you can actually, if the auditing policy is set here at the organization level, you'll be able to see all the usage data or monitoring logs for the organization for all services in that organization, or you can actually view the usage data for a particular service that you've attached that policy to, and with the basic auditing policy, you'll see the data here in the first tab when you select the request data. You'll see the usage detail, which is all the statistics in regards to the request and the response. Then for the detailed auditing policy, not only do you see the use detail, but you'll also have under this recorded messages tab, you'll be able to see all the payload information. Now, the historical charts are useful to be able to detect trends or to see how services are actually, how many services are being used, what the service consumption trend is, and you can view response times over a given period of time. So here, if you select, at the organization level, if you select the historical charts, you'll be able to see the usage or response data for all the services in the organization. If you select service, you'll be able to see you'll be able to see the data for all the operations for a given service. Okay, so if we look in our Policy Manager installation, if I go to my organization, go here to monitoring historical charts, you can select the usage data, say daily by hour, and you can see you have the option to go up to a month. Okay, and I can actually see the request either as a visual chart or as a tabular, in a tabular format. So this would be for all my services that are in under my organization, or you can actually view the historical data for a given service, in which case when you look at the historical charts, you have a few more options that you can actually view information as it relates to the operations for that particular service. Now, actually, the one thing I should note here is all this data, right, can be exported to an XML file so that you can archive that information. So whether it's the usage data, whether it's the detailed auditing data, you can actually export it and delete the data from the database if you so desire to do it. And again, you should actually keep your database cleaned up, especially your production database. Keep those tables maintained that contain all that usage data, and if you're collecting all that payload information, the detailed auditing information, then you should maintain those tables so that they don't get too big. And on the support side in the knowledge base, there are some articles on how you can maintain those tables. Okay, then you have the alert monitoring. So here at the top level, you're able to see all the alerts for the components, all the Policy Manager components. So any component that generates an alert would actually be stored in the database, and those alerts be recorded in the database if you have the log option selected for that alert, which by default it is selected. So you can view the alerts for the system, for an organization, or actually for a service, a managed service as well. Okay, and when you view the alerts, you're able to see a summary. So this is a summary of all the components that have actually thrown alerts. When you go to the alert monitoring, you can actually double-click on these alert codes that have shown up, and you can view the contents of that alert. So when you actually view the alert, you can actually mark these as observed or resolved. So what this does is it just allows you to add a filter so that if you actually have worked on this alert and are aware of the alert, you can say observe, click on observe. If you actually perform some action to correct what that alert has been generated for, you can say that that's resolved. And then in these filters, you can filter on resolved alerts and observed alerts. So in the dashboard, you'll notice that the first tab that we really haven't gone into has been this dashboard tab. And the dashboard allows you to take a snapshot of your services. You can actually create your dashboard based on various sets of search criteria to create these dashboards. And the dashboards will show those services and the corresponding alerts. So you're able to see the real-time activity for the services in this dashboard, and then see the corresponding alerts. So this is just a way to be able to monitor the activity of the services that you have configured in your environment. So here, if I click on my dashboard page, you can add your own dashboard, or I can actually edit this dashboard. I'm going to delete these two entries, and I'm going to add a criteria where the type of the service is virtual. Okay, so here I can see all the virtual services. So now if I send a request to my virtual service, and if everyone else sent a request, you'd be able to see all the requests coming through for these particular services. Okay, so this is just a real-time chart that allows you to be able to monitor all those services. I can see my service isn't on here because I only displayed 10. Okay, so you can create a dashboard using any of the search criteria. There's a bunch of criteria that allows you to be able to create your customized dashboard. You can also set up, you also have the ability to view all the auditing data. So the auditing data is collected for both audit alerts as well as security. So alert audit trails, these contain all the actions that are made to any alert that have been added, modified, or deleted from the policy manager database. So that would be in the alert audit trail. In the security audit trail, this will contain all other actions made to the policy manager configuration. So when users are added, modified, or deleted, services, contracts, or policies are registered, modified, or deleted, logins, logouts, and invalid logins to the policy manager, a PKI retrieval for users and policy manager components. That's all collected in the audit trail. So here you can see alerts that have been deleted. Here's alerts that have been observed. So you can see there are all the actions here on the in the audit trails. Okay, and for the security audit trails, here you can see what has been done. So someone logged into the console. Here you create a role. So there's all different types of actions that can be, that are recorded when you actually, for these audit trails. So you can actually export those and save those so that you have a record of all changes that have been made to the policy manager. Okay, and again, all this information is stored in the policy manager's database. Okay, so we're not gonna go through the creating of a dashboard because I have a few more sections to go through, so I want to get through those sections. And if we have time at the end, then we can actually go through that use case. But creating the dashboards is pretty simple to do, so you can try that on your own. Okay, so now you have your policy manager up and running, and you're running in one environment, and you tested your services in that environment, and now you want to actually migrate that configuration to an upper environment. So it could be in the development environment. Now you want to migrate that those services and the configuration to a staging environment. So how are you able to do this without having to redefine everything all over again? The way that you can do that is to take advantage of the import or the export and import tool that's available from within the policy manager. So there's an export tool that allows you to export an organization, contract, or service, and you can export that to a zip file, and then you can import it into your target environment. So this tool is available on the actual policy manager console, and there also is, as part of the SOA software services node in the actual policy manager, there is an API that also allows you to export and import to and from environments as well. Okay, so here you can see that in your source environment you export use the export tool to create this export file. You take that export file and you move it to your target environment. So in the target environment, then you can reference when you do the import, because in your target environment, your URLs may not be the same. Your network directors' names may not be the same. You can actually map those URLs from the source to the target environment through the use of this property file. So it is important and recommended, if you're going to be using the import tool when you're moving between environments, that you do use the network director clusters. Okay, and the reason being is that if you don't use a cluster, then in this import file, you need to specify the network director source and target key to allow you to be able to import those virtual services that you've configured in the source environment to the target environment and host it on the network director. If you use a cluster and you keep the cluster name the same, then it becomes very easy to import and export to and from the environment, because then you don't need to enter a key. You can just enter the cluster name. Okay, so the export and import functionality is available from the actions portlet of an organization, service, policy, or contract. So you can export any of those objects to a zip file and import those into your target environment. When you export the objects, you have the ability to select what you want to export. So if you want to export all the operational policies that are attached to the services that you've configured in your source environment and recreate those policies and import them into the target environment, you can do so. The same with all the quality of service policies, the compliance policies, and metadata attachments. So most of the objects will get created, recreated in the target environment. But if you're using external domains, or you're using, when you configure your network director containers, of course, these are not going to be recreated in your target environment. You need to recreate your network director containers and those external domains. So you would So you would install the policy manager in your target environment. You'd configure your external domains. You would configure your network director containers, and then configure the network director cluster. Okay, so here's then just a checklist to allow you to be able to export and import from one environment into another. So the first is you determine the objects that you want to export from the source environment. Do you want to export a whole organization, or just a service or contract? You're going to create your property file to map the source URLs and cluster names to the target environment URLs and cluster. So the URLs that you map, in most cases, are going to be the physical service. In the target environment, it'll be the physical service URL mapping. So you'll export the objects from the source environment, you'll prepare the target environment, manually create the objects that are not exported, and modify the target environment workflow to reflect the workflow changes required for the imported services and contracts. So in the target environment, if you're using workflow, when you actually import those new objects and create those new objects in your target environment, you may not have the same workflow requirements that you have in the lower environment. They may be stricter or more stringent. And so you want to make sure that when those new objects get created in the target environment, that your workflow reflects the new workflow in that target environment. And then finally, you can import the objects into the target environment, referencing the the mapping property file. Okay, and here's an example of the import property file. So if you're using network director keys, you would enter the source and target network director key. If you're using a cluster, then this key name would be much easier. It'd just be the cluster name. So here I could put map training or dev cluster 1 to staging cluster 1. And here you can map the source and target URLs. You can map a source URL to multiple target URLs, as well as map the JMS destination. And then when you actually import the contracts and services into the new environment, then you want to make sure in the workflow that you set the action, right, which will be import service or import contract, and determine how you want that workflow to actually start executing when you import it into the new environment. So by default, you can see here, when you import a service into the policy manager, that it will automatically put that imported service into an in-staging step, and that it will change the life cycle stage to staging when you import the service. And when you import the contract, it automatically, even though the contract was activated in the source environment, when you import it into the target environment, then the contract won't be activated. It will be in a draft state. You can see here. You import the contract, the status becomes draft. Okay, any questions on that? Any of the monitoring, the work, or the import, the migration? Okay, I'll just go through a few troubleshooting tips because each of the issues that customers have is very, very specific. But generally, if you follow these guidelines, it'll help us be able to resolve your issue as quickly as possible. So the first thing is, if you're having problems, the first thing is check the policy manager monitoring and alert data for any system or service alerts. Okay, so that should give you an indication of where the problem may be. And especially for runtime issues, if you get an alert, it could be that the alert is actually coming from the next hop service. So you can check the monitoring data if you're collecting basic auditing data to see if the alert is being generated by the container or if it's being generated by the next hop. If it's a requirement, you can enable detailed auditing, and you can also enable logging from the virtual service to the next hop service if you have to see the full path and the contents of the request message from the consumer all the way to the physical service and back. Okay, and then you can check the log file. So each of the instances, whether it's a policy manager, network director, any of our products, the SOA products, have a log file, and you can check that log file for more detailed information. Now, the log files are not easy to use, but as long as you know where those log files are, then at least you'll be able to you'll be able to provide those log files to us. So here you can see in the instances directory, if you click through to each of the instances, you'll see that each of them have a log file. By default, the log file will grow to 5 megs. At 5 megs, it'll roll over and it'll create a new log file. Okay, by default, 10 log files of 5 megs are actually created, and then the log files will keep rolling. When you look at the log files here, so if we look at the log files, you'll see that there's a lot of information that's actually collected. And one of the things that can be helpful is if you look here at these square brackets and the numbers, these indicate milliseconds. So when this is 0, you can see this is the start of the request coming in and what's being done. And then it's 3 milliseconds for that request. After 6 milliseconds, it's going through this process, 7, 15, 17, and then you get an exception. Okay, and then it starts all over, so you know that this is a new request that's coming in right here. So you can look through the log files to see if there's anything useful or that's helpful in terms of debugging what the problem is. But if you just collect those log files, both the policy manager and the network director log files, and send those to support, then we can help you actually troubleshoot what the problem may be. Now, in many cases, it will be required that we need more debug information to try and figure out what's going on. So if you have to enable more logging information, you would do that from the container itself. The admin console container. And here from the configuration tab, you can set the log, all these log4j entries, you could set whichever one is required to trace. So in most cases, for sure, if you set the com.soa log category to trace, it'll provide us with most of the information that we need to help resolve the issue. The other thing you could do is install the monitoring tool. So if you're having a problem with the JVM, with running out of database connections or something like that, it may be required that we install the monitoring tool to look at more detailed information about what's going on in the system, whether it's threads, whether it's database connections, things like that, that will help us debug to figure out what's going on if there's a problem. And finally, if you do have a problem and you can't figure out what the issue is, if you send the log file, so you should always send both the network director and the policy manager log files to support at SOA.com. And not just the network director and the policy manager log files, but also what updates are you running on the policy manager and the network director or any of the runtime components, because those will help in determining if, one, we already have a fix for that, and the other is it'll help us if we have to try and reproduce the problem. So the other thing to note is, as you're troubleshooting, is that we send out news notifications for any updates that we have actually provided. And those updates on the support site, we do have a list of fixes that are included in the updates. So you'll want to look at, the most current updates to see, because your issue may have been fixed as part of the update. Okay, so here's just the configuration information required to allow you to be able to debug and obtain the log file information here in the admin console. And the monitoring tool feature, again, if you have to install it, that's available here from the available features, and you pull down and select tools, and you select the monitoring tool to install. Okay, and here's an example of the monitoring tool. You'll see it as a tab here in the admin console, and all the various different components that can be monitored. Okay, so once you have all the log information, then the last thing will be you'll want to submit that into support. So most of you, I assume, have a support account. And so you would access our support site and log into the support site to actually view the status of your ticket, to actually create a ticket if you want to post to a ticket. All of that can be done through the support site. Most people, though, actually don't use the support site. They send email to support@SOA.com. And if you use support@SOA.com, please make sure that if the ticket is, or the issue that you're having is a high priority, that you do specify that it is high priority so that we'll get to it as soon as possible. When you do use email, you will receive a ticket number back as a confirmation, and you should always use that ticket number in the subject of the email message so that in the support site it will automatically put all the communication between support and you in the actual ticket. So as part of the support site, there's also software downloads, including new releases and updates, a knowledge base that contains articles for frequently found issues, newsletters which describe new releases or updates that have been put out. You can view all your open or closed support tickets, and you can also generate ticket reports. So let me just show you from the support portal itself. What this looks like. Okay, so you should be able to log in with your email address. And here's the actual portal. So the first thing is you can view all your tickets. So you will be able to see all the tickets that have been submitted by anyone in your company and the status of those tickets. Right? You can actually then post to those tickets, send a reply. You can change the status of the tickets and the priority of the ticket. One thing to note, if you are uploading to the support site and you're uploading an attachment, there's a limit in the attachment size. It can only be 5 megs. So if you have something that's greater than 5 megs, then it's better to send an email message, as there isn't that restriction on our email. Okay, one thing as well, when you view the tickets, you can see you have the ability to filter here on the ticket. So I want to view all my closed tickets. And then once you have that filter, you can actually export this data, and it will save all your tickets, those filter tickets, to CSV file. So you have access to that. Okay, in the knowledge base, again, the knowledge base has some information as far as frequently found issues and the resolution for those issues. So it's a good place to check for any issues that you're having, to see if there's an article to describe the issue that you are having. Okay, the submit a ticket allows you to submit a ticket here from the support site instead of sending email. The news, these are news articles, and so any news article that goes out, or any update that we send out, you can see we create a news article. So I suggest, if you want to keep updated on all these activities that go on, that you subscribe to this email newsletter notification so that you're updated with any updates or any type of product announcements as well. Okay, and finally, in here there's a download section. So based on the products that you have access to, you will be able to see various different folders in this download section. All right, so here, the online training, this would have all the training materials. The agents, these are the agents that we actually provide. So here you can see Microsoft Agent, PC Agent, WebSphere, Agent for ASP.NET, BizTalk, WCF, and Data Power. Okay, here's Policy Manager. So for Policy Manager 6.1 or 6.0, in here you'll have all the base installs, and then you'll see in the updates folder, this is where you'll have all the updates. Then there's documentation, and there are also some option packs. So here, if you're going to integrate with SiteMinder, there's some type of malicious pattern option pack, and the SiteMinder integration PDF. Okay, and so you won't need Service Manager. Service Manager is for 5.2, so unless you're on a really old version of Policy Manager, you shouldn't need anything here in Service Manager. Now, as far as the online training goes, right now, for the hands-on piece, you can use this hands-on PM 6.0 online V2. All the training, all the hands-on exercises that we did aren't included in that PM 6.0. We're in the process of actually updating that with the 6.1 content. And under here, the 6.1 folder is the training PDF for the training course that you just attended. So I will actually update that because I added a few more, just made some corrections in there. So I will update that, but this is very close to what you've seen as part of the 2 days. Okay, are there any questions on anything that we've gone through over the 2 days? Okay, so I don't have any other material to cover.
Charlotte, could we talk about something on WCF agent? We are planning to use it, extensively in our organization, but I didn't see anything on that in this training.
No, there wouldn't be anything about in regards to the WCF agent as part of this training. That would be a separate training.
Okay.
So
and yes.
If you're interested in understanding a little more about the WCF agent, then the best thing to do is actually, why don't you send me just an email with what type of topics you're interested in seeing as far as the WCF agent.
Okay.
Okay, because I know that you guys have used the WCF agent before, right? You're using it now?
Yes.
Okay, so the topics that you want to cover are probably more specific to your environment. So in which case we could have we could make it just a WebEx, and this goes for everyone who's part of this training. If you probably have specific use cases that you may want to discuss, and we can't discuss them, when there's 20 people as part of a big training session. So if you have specific use cases that you want to discuss, then you can send me an email, and it's very easy to set up a WebEx, and it may take only 15 or 20 minutes to go through the configuration, because now you have an understanding of the configuration. It may be a matter of just a 20-minute WebEx to go through how we would set it up, a specific use case for your environment. Okay, so if you have any questions like that, you can send me an email, and we can set up an additional WebEx to go through specific use case scenarios. Okay, so the whole goal of the 2 days of this training is to give you an understanding of some of the key functionality in the Policy Manager, and especially around the runtime piece, because when customers purchase our Policy Manager, initially that is what they're purchasing it for, is for runtime implementation. And so understanding how you create policies, how you attach those to your services, how you create services is very important and a key piece of functionality that's required in order to configure your runtime environment. Now, because the policy manager is so broad, of course there's so much more that we could get into detail, but you'd need a whole week to go through all the functionality of the product. So the whole goal behind this training is that by the end of this session, you feel and have an understanding of how you can register a service, how you can apply a policy, and how you can invoke that service and determine, okay, is my service deployed? Where can I go to look for various type of error conditions, and give you some understanding of how you can start troubleshooting in your environment. Okay, and so I hope that all of you feel as though you can now actually do that, whether it's a SOAP service, a REST service, or you're doing some type of mediation. Now, your services may be more complex than the ones that we use, but at least you have an understanding of what the process is to actually be able to start implementing that particular service scenario. And in the slides, it has more detail in terms of some of the steps, or summarizes the steps. So hopefully that will trigger for you the steps that are required in order to set up your services as needed. Okay, so are there any other questions that I can answer for anyone? Okay, so I will get back to everyone on some of the questions that have come up, and send a follow-up email to this training, to the training course. And if anyone has any additional questions, or again needs, say, additional WebEx for their specific use case, then please send me an email. And again, I'll put my email here. I'll send it in the chat window. And you'll be able to you can send me an email and we can schedule that as required. Okay, any other questions? Okay, well, I want to thank everyone for attending the 2 days of training and for being so prompt in terms of coming back from breaks and lunch and everything. And I really do hope that you did get a pretty good understanding of the policy manager and some of those core pieces of functionality during these past 2 days. Okay, so if there's nothing else, then that'll be the end.
Thanks, Cheryl.
Thank you very much, Cheryl.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.